Good morning, welcome to SewingStreet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning and Happy New Year from everybody at SewingStreet. Happy 2026, all of our friends. Welcome to the show. I'm Stuart Hillard. And you know, it might be a new year, but I tell you something that hasn't changed. We've still got a fabulous early bird. And rather a personal one, because our early bird today is my latest book, Make 100 Bags. Use scraps, sew fabric, make 100 bags. You have got 100 bag possibilities in this book. If you've never made a bag before, you can make a bag from scratch. Feel that sense of satisfaction. Now, we always give you a great price and we never sell it to you for £22, which is the cover price. $19.99 is our usual price. But it's New Year and I'm a whole new me. I'm not the same me I was yesterday. We're going to give you a great price. Here it is. There you go. I'm holding back the tears. $15.99. If you've already got the book and a friend's been borrowing yours, grab them one while it's $15.99. This is a great chance. 15 pence per bag. The wide and sassy, the deep and meaningful, the yoga on the beach bag. Great bag to take on holiday. The work, rest and play. And you can do borrow, you can do string piecing, you can do English paper patchwork, you can do crazy or improv piecing. There's a rucksack, the Travel Buddy backpack. Got so many different techniques. Morning, Stuart. Happy New Year to everyone on SewingStreet. Love the book. Heather. Heather, yes. Heather did an amazing version of Don't Shoot the Messenger very recently. We had a lovely workshop together. So many lovely messages. Happy New Year, Stuart and everyone. Love Sam in Nantwich. Happy New Year to you, Sam, as well. 2026 is going to be amazing. Also, Happy New Year to Anne, who's messaged to say Happy New Year, and to Fran, who's wished us all a Happy New Year to you as well. We've got a happy birthday. Good morning, lovely man. Please, can you wish Jake a happy 13th birthday today? He's off for a VIP wolf experience at Longleat today. Have a great day, everyone. Well, Jake, this day is all about you. Happy birthday and welcome to teenage years. And Anne, have the most amazing VIP wolf day. That actually sounds incredible. Have a great time. Have a great time. There's Deputy Joan. Deputy Joan came and modelled for me. So many different bags. It's never, ever been this price before. We really shouldn't do it. It's not an old book by any means. It launched in September, but you can get yours for $15.99 while it is on early bird special. The boxing clever. Claire's got in touch from Bristol. She says, Happy New Year. Gorgeous man. Thank you. And all the team at SewingStreet. May all your dreams for 2026 come true. Claire, I hope yours do too. I hope it's a really creative, happy, healthy new year. It started well because I didn't have to chip ice off my car, so I will take that as a very positive start. Fiona's got in touch. Morning, Stuart and everyone. Happy New Year, love Fiona in Bonoldswick. Lovely friend. Hi, Fiona. Happy New Year to you too. Morning, Stuart, says Steph. Happy New Year to you. Wishing you health and happiness. And to you, Steph. Thanks for that lovely message. Yeah, it's our early bird today. The Bindle bag. So many different bags in this book. Hi, Stuart. Happy New Year. I've made several tourist bags, boxy pouches and bindle bags from your book for loved ones at Christmas. They were loved. That's from Boldish in Greater London. That's brilliant news. You know, the bindle bag is my new obsession. Tracy from Suffolk says, "Morning, Stuart. Happy New Year. I am at home recovering from an operation yesterday." Oh, Tracy. Giving you a big hug. Plenty of rest, but looking forward to a healthier and happier New Year, I hope. Gosh, that's a lot to go through on New Year's Eve, but sending you love. If you've always said, I'm gonna try bag making, I'm gonna do some bag making, this is the year to give it a go. Lots and lots of different patchwork techniques used throughout the book. And I really designed all of the bags to be able to be made in just fabric, but also to be able to use patchwork techniques like string piecing, improv, borrow and hexes to create totally unique looks. Everything's photographed, we've got beautiful illustrations. There's lots of fun little techniques as well. For example, in the Japanese rice bag, there are these gorgeous little cord ends in the shape of tulips, which are so useful. Yeah, like little bells. This is one of my favourites too, the Essential Day Back. My lovely friend Susan made a gorgeous version of this. There's the Don't Shoot the Messenger bag, English paper piecing, improv borrow string, or you could do what I did originally and just use fabric, but make sure you use something fabulous. Sometimes it's just all about the fabric. Oh, hello. Right, keep going through for that. Loads in baskets. 100 bags for $15.99. Actually, we said 30p a pack is actually 16 pence per bag, isn't it? Happy New Year, says Hilary. To Stuart and Charlie, love from Hilary and Mike. Oh, Happy New Year to you both as well. Got lots of focus on bag making today. Right, now, before we get going, we've got something rather special for a couple of hours today. In this hour, we've had our early bird, but we're also going to have a special purchase right now, and we're also going to have one at past. Now, at 10 o'clock, we'll do exactly the same thing. At 10 o'clock and at 10:30, special. These are like special stash bundles. We won't be able to pre-order them, okay? They're not visible at the moment, so stay tuned for these amazing bundles and these amazing offers. The first one we're going to do right now is a special bag makers interfacing bundle. Now, what we've done here is to gather together a selection of some of our absolute favourite interfacings. This one right here is H630 from Vliseline, a thin, fusible polyester fleece or wadding. Brilliant for bag making, great for dressmaking as well. You get half a metre of that. Then our next favourite, H640, you actually get a metre of that because we use this so often in bag making. It's about twice as thick as the H630. It's a firm favourite here on Sewing Street. Also, you get a metre of medium weight, fusible interfacing. This is the kind of thing that I use in every bag, in the lining in particular, but also often on the outside, if it's something like a slightly thicker fabric. So half a metre of that. And then you also get a metre of that one, not half a metre, a metre. And then half a metre of a firm/heavy sewing interfacing. So this one, brilliant stuff, absolutely brilliant stuff. Now, we are taking £5 off, which takes your price from £22.94 right down to £17.94. Now, that's a brilliant price, Hannah, absolutely fantastic. half a metre of your heavyweight sewing, a metre of your medium weight fusible, a metre of H640 fusible, and half a metre of H630 fusible. £17.94. These are those sort of classics. If you've only ever used, say, quilt weight batting in your bags, you must try H640, H630. The polyester gives more structure. Hey, lots of you are multi-buying these bundles. I don't blame you. It's a great way of saving a lot of money on a staple. I love it when our early birds are staples. This is a special because it's New Year's Day. And you might have bought our early bird, make 100 bags. And thought, OK, I want to make some bags, Stuart. What else do I need? Well, the thing is, you've probably got the fabric. That's not the issue. And what we've got here are the important insides of the bag, all explained in Make 100 Bags. These are the things that we're always asked about. Over 25 of you with this in your baskets. Loads of you are multi-buying, so this could sell out in a jiffy, actually. Do check out your baskets. My numbers are falling like rain. You make a lot of bags out of this. You make a lot of bags out of this. You get half a metre of H630. That's a fusible thinner. For that, oh, this is my new favourite. This is my new favourite. I love using this with things like PU, because H640, possibly a little bit too thick because it's double the thickness of this. And with your sturdier fabrics like PU, you might still want to quilt them. I mean, quilted PU makes it look so classy, so sort of Chanel, so Givenchy. But you need a thin, lofty batting. That's your H630. A metre of H640, half a metre of your sturdy sew-in interfacing, and a metre of your medium fusible. Happy New Year, Tanya. She says, wishing everyone Happy New Year, and the SewingStreet team. Thank you. Sandra says, Happy New Year, Stuart and team too. Over half the stock has gone. You do need to check out your baskets. This isn't even an early bird. This is a special for New Year, new hobby. Or New Year, old hobby, great bargain, which is the way I'm looking at it. Hannah, thank you so much for putting this together. It's a brilliant, brilliant deal. This is the sort of thing, it's not very sexy, if I can say that. You know, fabric is kind of exciting, and this is sort of lots of white stuff. But without this, your bag is nothing. It's floppy. It doesn't have any shape or structure. This is the unsung hero of your bag. This is your essential. And of course, this will go whatever your fabric taste. Now, I'm going to give you a little hint at what's coming later. At hour, we're going to have this as our special deal. You can't buy it at the moment. You can't buy this at the moment, but this will be coming up at 10 at a very special price. 2 lots of magnetic snaps, 4 lots of swivel clasps, 4 lots of rectangular rings, and 2 strap sliders. Enough for 2 complete bags there. This is coming up at 1:30. Kate, good morning. She says, morning, Stuart and studio. Happy New Year, one and all. Good morning and Happy New Year to you too. Let's do the menu and see what this day has in store. All right, this hour, we're talking bag making essentials. At 9 o'clock, Jennie Rayment is in the house. We've been having a hoot already. The bag with no handles. This is a gorgeous bag. Absolutely gorgeous and brand new today. At 10 o'clock, I'm going to be demystifying bag making fabrics. So a really good day to start something new. There'll be 2 more specials. I'll give you a little sneak peek in a sec. At 11 o'clock, Jennie is back with more beginner-friendly tools. Actually, a guide for beginning patchwork, a guide to 3 essential rulers, and those essential rulers as well on that hour at special prices. Look at all this lovely patchwork. Absolutely gorgeous. It's been my joy and my obsession for the last, oh my goodness, more than 30 years. And maybe time to start a new hobby. All right, that's at 11. And then at 12, your chance to get yourself what Santa didn't bring you. A brand new, beautiful Brother Sewing machine. I've got the FS140, an absolute hero machine, all the kit and caboodle, all in under the price. And then, possibly, your dream come true, the brand new NV 1150 from Brother. Dreamy machine, 8.5-inch throat space. Love it. Right, okay, let's go to the website, www.SewingStreet.com. Once you get there, click on Watch Live. You can do just that. You can send us a message. Hello to you, Hannah. And Ollie, young Ollie. There's our early bird. Keep checking through on that. What a price. Sniff, sniff. Holding back the tears. Holding back the tears. Loads and loads of great bag making essentials there. Top up your stash. Oh, just go back a second. Just go back. Look at that. Look at that. Lightning bolt. I love it. I love it. And it's in rainbow as well. There it is. There it is. I love a special zip pull. Love that. Love that. Morning, Helen. She says good morning and Happy New Year to everyone at Sewing Street. And a very Happy New Year, Helen, to you. Right, let's dive in. I would love to start with the mesh. Yes. Let's get the price up. Oh, right. This is a brilliant, unusual. We've not seen this before. Okay. This is 12 sheets of plastic mesh. Now, Hannah looked at this and thought, bag bases, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, because it's so hard to find mesh for bag bases. You can cut it easily with scissors, great for bag bases, box bases, and the like. Now, what Hannah didn't know, but this is brilliant about it, is that the main use for it is for stitching into to make three-dimensional shapes, particularly things like boxes, baskets. You can make tissue box covers. You can make decorations with them. It's really cool stuff. You can have flat stuff, cross stitch. You can do tapestry on it. You can use knitting yarn on it as well. It's really easy. Do you see the holes through it? It's basically an even weave, obviously not woven really, but like an even weave canvas that you can stitch out, cut around, and then whip stitch the shapes together. So at its simplest, do 5 squares, all the same size, whip stitch them together. You've got an open box. You add one more hinged lid. Really fun. But equally, you could use it as bag base. You can cut it to the size. And if you want to make your bag base longer, you can whip stitch pieces together. Obviously, with it being plastic, it's not going to disintegrate like maybe cardboard would. Sometimes we do that, don't we, to try and give our bag a little bit more structure. But this stuff, you can wash. 12 sheets, and these are much larger than A4. Yeah, 12 sheets in a pack. I think that's super cool. I think actually as well, we should do some designs using plastic canvas, like 3D things. Yeah, but it's really easy to work with. Children can work with this too. Not very young children, because the holes aren't particularly big. But, you know, maybe like 8, 9-year-olds, I would definitely get them working with this. And it's really fun, because it's, of course, nice and firm in your hands, really easy to work with. And then you can make cool stuff with it. Do bag tags and things like that. Right, that's that first cool product. Now, next up, Gutermann Extra Strong Thread. I recommend this in particular if you're doing things like sewing on bag handles. If you're sewing on, you know those like faux leather handles you can get? Or sometimes you need to hand sew a handle on just because you can't physically get it under the sewing machine. This is terrific stuff. You get 5 different colours. You get a black, a white, a tan, a navy and a dark charcoal grey, which you can just see there. So all the useful colours. Also, another great use for this is when you're sewing on things like buttons to garments, but also if you want to button a cushion, you know, like where you pull the button through from front to back to sink it in. Yeah, this is what you need then, again, because it is super strong and super durable. You can use this in your sewing machine too for construction or top stitching. Margaret, thank you for messaging in. Margaret says, good morning, Stuart. A happy new year to you all. What a lovely start to the new year. Margaret, no ice on the car. That was a lovely start too. But yeah, thank you for your company and happy new year. Happy New Year to Jan too. She says, good morning, Stuart. Happy New Year to all the team. We'll meet the team in a minute. Delia says, Happy New Year to you and the whole team, Stuart. Derek says, Happy New Year, everyone. Good morning, Sparkle. Stuart, I'm not quite so sparkly, but I'm trying to keep the personality going. Thank you. Happy New Year. Karen says, good morning, Stuart, to you and the crew. I made rice. Oh, I thought you were going to say I made rice pudding then. I made rice bags to put Christmas presents in instead of wrapping paper. They went down really well. What a brilliant idea. I'm useless at wrapping, but I'm quite good at bag making. So there you go. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you, Karen. These threads are about to sell out. $15.99. It's already an amazing price, actually, because you get on each reel 100 metres. So that's 500 metres of super strong thread. Brilliant stuff. I love that. I love that. Another thing we all love here is HT2. Gutermann HT2 textile glue. This is the kind of stuff that you're going to use if you're making a purse with a frame, a metal frame. You can also use this to strengthen joints. So, for example, if you're putting bag handles on, sew on bag handles, you can put some of this textile glue under them first, not near the sewing holes, but stick it in place, let it dry, and then sew it on. It'll hold them in place so you're not fiddling and they don't move, but also it adds extra strength to the construction. $5.99. It's going to last you. Oh, lovely, Hannah. Yes, please. We're taking £1 off. $4.99. We're stocking up. We are stocking up. Can we have £1 off everything, Hannah? We have £1 off everything. No, no. But you can have £1 off this. $4.99. Love that. Because I'm starting to get used to everything having £1 extra added on at the moment. So that's lovely. You know, I see the new year as a great time to sort of, never to give anything up. Goodness me, no, that's very dull. But to start doing something new. If you've never done a bag with a frame, it's a great time to have a go. If you want to do that, I've got a little coin purse kit here that has the frame, has the string. You push that up into the frame to get it all to fit nicely. But you add glue as well. This is the pattern and the hardware all included. We'll do this in a sec. But anyway, HT2 is useful for so many more things. If you want to do very quick construction of like quick fancy dress, you can use this to glue the outfit together, glue decorations on, things like that. Embellishments, jewels on things. You can add glue too. Princess Maya's messaged on Facebook. Morning, Princess. She says, Happy New Year, Stuart, studio crew, and all my stitching friends. It's lovely to have you here with me on my birthday. Oh, Princess, you left it till the end. Happy birthday. Lots of love to you. Have a great day. Hope you're being treated. Just checking I'm keeping up with all of the messages. Loads of lovely messages today. Right, we're almost time for our second special. Let's do the classic coin purse. I think this is really cool. It's a great price too. We're going to go even lower. It should be $12.99, but you're going to get this for a very special price. Oh, lovely. $9.99 for that. Now, fabric-wise, you need little bits. A fat eighth of outer, a fat eighth of lining, and a bit of fusible fleece. If you've gone for our first special of the morning, I would say your H630 is your best option for your classic coin purse. If you've never tried making a coin purse before or use a frame for a bag, it's so easy to make. If you wanted to extend this pattern down, make it longer, you could probably, certainly, get a pair of sunglasses in there. Unless they were really, really big Jackie Onassis sunglasses. They were really huge, but if they were they were just normal ones, regular. Yeah, what about a new thing for the new year? You could hand sew this. You could hand sew this. I think that's a great deal, $9.99. Strictly speaking, you don't need... Oh, actually, it does say craft glue. I was going to say you don't strictly need the craft glue, but they do recommend it. So, yeah, I would say get yourself the HT2. I've got them both on screen, and there they both are. And use a little bit of really special fabric. I like how this one's been done with two different fabrics, but imagine if you'd got some lovely EPP, little hexagons sewn together, and then made your coin purse out of that. Grab that bargain while you can. Have I got time for a couple more before our next special? Can we do some zips? Would you like to do some zips? I'm going to grab these. Now, we've got different colours of zip on a roll. Look at all of the zip pulls you get. Let's start with black, because that's a real kind of classic, useful colour. Lots of you already checked out on that. You're actually getting here 10 metres of zipper with 20 pulls. This is a size 4 zip. This is a 4mm. So a good all-rounder, actually. You could definitely use this in dressmaking, but you can definitely use this in bag making too. Sturdy, easy to use, 10 metres of continuous zip, 20 pulls for $49. That is cracking good value. Cracking good value. Ready to put on your shelf. You've got your storage included there on the roll. Great quality from Debbie Shaw. That says number 3 there. I'm sure this is, well, it's 4mm. Perhaps I'm wrong, I don't know. Anyway, it's brilliant stuff. I mean, it's really, really hard to find continuous zip in lots of lovely colours. And it's so useful for things like home decor as well. If you're making like new cushions for a bench or something, and you want a really long zip along the back so you can take the foam pad out for easy cleaning, this is what you need. This is what you need. Let's do white. We'll do white, because again, it's so useful. 10 metres of white, 20 pulls. Can't go wrong for that. I mean, £1.50 a metre, plus 2 zip pulls. Julie, thanks for messaging. She says, Happy New Year to you all. Hard frost here in Hampshire. That's scraping. I was watching videos last night of people pouring hot water on their screen, and it just going... Don't do that. Don't do that. Happy New Year to one and all. I'll be ploughing into your books again this year, Stuart. I thought you were a farmer then, Judith. Thank you so much for the inspiration. You are very welcome. Thank you. And if you are ploughing today, wrap up warm, won't you? I'll leave the colours of zips for in a moment. It's time for half past special. It's time for half past special. How about that as a jingle? No. Stop saying that in my ear. Here we go. Right, this is... Okay, you get 2 Millwood magnetic snaps, silver. Silver's my favourite colour because it reflects the fabrics that you're using, kind of always tones in. And it's lovely and smart, fresh, modern. You get 4 rectangular rings, 4 swivel clasps, 2 strap sliders. So everything there to make 2 bags, all your hardware. This is the stash. This is the stash. You've got the fabric. You've got the fabric. They're all compatible. Let's drop the price. £5 off. You can already do the maths. £14.93 for all of that. Now remember, we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 items there, which is taking our price to what, about £1.50 a piece? The saving is incredible. The saving's incredible. £1.24 per item. You really can't go wrong. I have like a biscuit tin that I have labelled up as bag findings and hardware. And whenever I see hardware, if it's unusual or if it's just a colour I really love, or if I'm just stocking up, I'll buy a load, put it in the tin, and then whenever I want to make a bag, go to the tin, get the hardware out first, then I choose my fabric. Third of the stock's gone already. Thank you for this lovely special, Hannah. I really feel like you've done this with me in mind. Happy New Year, Laurie. Thank you for your message on Facebook. I didn't want to reply at 4 a.m. this morning, just in case your phone went off. But thank you so much, and Happy New Year to you too. Only 10 left. Catherine's got in touch. Happy New Year, Stuart and the Sewing Street team. I've just purchased your early bird special of your book. Thank you for the brilliant book. You're welcome. If you've just tuned in, Make 100 Bags, my brand new bag making book, 100 bags to make, is our early bird, lowest ever price, $15.99. If you've already got a copy and your mate's been borrowing yours, this is a chance to get one. And it is a signed copy as well, by the way. It is a signed copy. Make 100 bags. Hardback, yeah, pretty amazing price per 16p a pattern. Yeah. So at the moment, this is our 8:30 special. We've got 2 more coming up at 10 and 10:30. Now at 10 o'clock, I can show you that you can't buy it yet, but our 10 o'clock special is the faux leather. Oh, it's amazing, right? It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Oh, look at that blue. It is 14 half metres of our extra wide PU. 14 different colours. Look at that. That is our special, very special price at 10 o'clock. I want that so badly. So badly. And then at 10:30, we're highlighting the beauty, the value of our cotton canvas. 150 wide, 100% cotton. They make absolutely beautiful bags. We've got all of your neutral colours, but also some fabulous fashion colours in there as well. And again, at a very, very special price at 10:30. So bag makers, we've got you covered today. Those also make really, really good durable, like upholstery fabrics too. So nice hard-wearing cushions, stuff like that as well, or for covering things like stools and chair backs. Right. Yeah. Now, last chance to get the interfacing bundle. It should be $22.94. Hannah's done a very special bag makers deal today. It should be 22.94. You get a metre of H640, half a metre of H630, a metre of medium weight fusible interfacing, and half a metre of sew-in heavyweight interfacing. Amazing deal, £5 off, £17.94, but only while they last. We've only got a few left. Over half the stock's gone. If you want that bundle, you will need to be quick with your checkouts. Right, let's go back to zips. So I've got these fabulous 6 fashion colours here. Each roll has 10 metres of zip, number 3 zip, and 20 pulls. Let's do this gorgeous jade. I love that colour. Love that colour. Beautiful. Don't forget as well, a contrast zip on a bag looks amazing. Make a feature of your zips. They're not to be hidden away. They're to be celebrated. Bind the edges, add a tassel off the zip pull. You can make whole bags out of zips, can't you? Where they zip up round and round and round to make the bag. Really cool. But also as well, if you're making something like the Tourist, for example, from Make 100 Bags. Let me find the Tourist. You need more zip than you imagine. I should know where my projects are, shouldn't I, really? There's a lot in here. It's hard to find. So much in the... Oh, there we go. This is our... There we go, right. So, even on this bag, you've got a zip here and a zip here. So you probably need about 24 inches of zip just for that. You could put that zip pocket on the other side as well. So now you need 36 inches of zip. There's your first metre of 10 used. You'd be amazed how quickly you get through a 10 metre roll of zip. You'll wish you'd bought more. That's the jade. Right, next up, let's do red. Remember, red is a neutral. If you're working with bright colours, use red. Gorgeous colour. It's a proper, that's not apologetic red, is it? That's Marilyn Monroe's lipstick red. Delicious, fiery. These zip pulls are so easy to put on. You don't need to use a zip jig if you haven't got one. If you've got one, oh, happy days. If not, easy enough to put on. 20 zip pulls, 2 per metre. That means as well that if you're doing a bag where you want to have the double pull, you've got them. You've got them. That's your red. Pink. It's a lovely soft pink, this. Soft and gentle. Use these for dressmaking as well. They're not just for crafting. You can dressmake with these zips too. I love the fact that you've got the storage there as well. You need zips, by the way, for Jennie Rayment's brand new bag that she's launching at 9 o'clock, which is called the bag with no handles, even though it has got a shoulder strap. I'll ask her why. I'll ask her why. You know there'll be a story. Yellow next. Look at all that zip. Not words I thought I'd be saying this morning. Look at all that zip. Gorgeous. Love all the messages, by the way. Thanks for sending them in. Did you have fun last night? I was tucked up in bed at about 7:30, reading my book. 8 o'clock, lights out, gone. And not a sound in the hotel. Not a sound. No revellers coming back in. Not a sound. Not a sound. I slept straight through. Lovely, lovely lilac. I thought there'd be fireworks going off at midnight, and maybe there were where you are, but I didn't hear any. 20 pulls, 10 metres. And last of all, my favourite colour, blue. I know officially it's rainbow, but blue is the colour I wear most. Oh gosh, I've only got 6 of these left. If you want the blue, you'll have to be ever so quick at checking out. $14.99 for 10 metres and 20 pulls. Number 3, zip from Debbie Shaw. Know it's great quality if it's from Debbie Shaw. Right. I do. The turning tool. Okay, this is from Prim. For turning straps, bag handles, ties, things like that. Little, almost like a loop turner. Yeah. So what you've got is you've got a fine, you've got a medium, and you've got a thick. So this would be great for doing your full straps. And you literally just pull the closed tube over the top and then push the stick down to push. So rather than trying to do it by hand and turn the handle, which is awful. First bag I ever made, it took about an hour and a half to turn the handle through. I wanted to give up, but I didn't. This is so easy to do. And $8.99 is the kind of thing that everybody who ever makes a bag should have in their kit. Just makes the job so easy. Oh, Sandra, we had fireworks going off from about tea time last night. Oh, over now, though. Over now. No more fireworks. Kate says, I had to stay up to get Reggie over the fireworks, but now up, taking the decks down before back to work tomorrow. Just the 12 days of Christmas quilt left out till 12th night. Kate, I'm a bit like you. I said to Charlie before I came away, should we take the decks down? He said, no, not till the 6th. But when I go back, I think I might clear everything bar the Christmas tree. Just keep the tree up, that's fine. But I think the rest of it, I want the rest of the house back now. Yeah. And then I want fresh, like growing bulbs in the house because I can't wait for spring. So I like have narcissus and hyacinths and things like that growing in pots. Just to bring spring into I'm ready for spring now. Winter's over. Yeah. There you go. That's your Prim turning tool. Yeah. Oh. It's this, isn't it? No. Cut to order, yeah. I've used this ever such a lot. This is our 6mm rainbow. This is gorgeous. Look at those teeth. Now, I know they look metallic, but this is plastic. They're plastic. So you don't have to worry about cutting through them. You can cut through them with scissors. I always put these around the wrong way, which I discovered recently. I've always wondered why it was such a struggle. Now I know. But we've got rainbow pulls as well. I probably shouldn't try doing this really on air, but you know. Not without my zip jig. I do think, I know. Oh, I do these all the time at home, but I know, I'm like, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Right, I'm going to show you these zip pulls because they are absolutely gorgeous. Look at these. How fabulous are they? These are actually in a pack. You get 5. Look at those. They are fab. And I just think that this loop is just crying out for a tassel or a pom-pom or a charm or anything like that. I just think gorgeous. And I think that's the thing now, the fashion in bag making is definitely to make a feature of these zips and these zip pulls, to make a thing of them. They are beautiful. Is it only $3.99 for 5? It's really good value. I've got some silver ones, silver coloured ones as well. Oh, I was doing the kind of plain ones and then I was going to do the lightning bolts. Is that all right? I like this because it's very tactile. It's actually got a sort of space for your thumb. I like that. Gorgeous, aren't they? Ooh. Young Ollie, our director, wants to take these off and make them into earrings. $5 for $3.99. It's brilliant. Can't beat it. Right, my favourites next. Shazam. Shazam. Now those I'm on board for earrings. My goodness. Look at those. 5 of them for $3.99. When they came up actually on the on when we're looking at the website, I thought they were $3.99 a piece, but that's for 5. That is for 5. Yeah, that's really good value. Really good value. I mean, generally, I think you would pay about $1.99, £2.50 for a special zip pull, but that is phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant value. I feel that's very Studio 77. I think Emma Brassfield would rather like those. Emma, if you're watching, am I right? Am I right? Yeah, if you've got any Harry Potter fans, they're the ones, aren't they? We've also got those in the silver-coloured metal as well. If you got our 10... Sorry, I keep thinking it's 10 o'clock. Oh, it's sold out. But if you got this bundle, our 8:30 bundle, right, they would go brilliantly, wouldn't they? They would go absolutely brilliantly. And as I say, silver just seems to go with everything. If in doubt, get silver, but be quick because we are rapidly running out of this stock. It's flying out. Shazam. Right, next up, continuous zip. This is size 5. This is size 5, which will work with dart pulls. You get 5 meters for $9.99. These would work really well with, look at that. Lovely. It's lovely, Hannah, thank you. What about Shazam? It's electrifying. You better zip up, 'cause I need a bag. And it's getting frosty too. You better zip up, 'cause I need my coat. I need my coat. No, they've gone silent. They're like, stop now, stop now. Stop now before John Travolta gets jealous. Oh, wow, we've only got 7 of those bundles left now. Well done. Right, white, same deal. 5 meters, only 6 left already. $9.99 for 5 meters. Add your own pulls. Don't forget, 1p&p all day, $4.95. Combine orders as you go. You only pay 1p&p. All day, even if you're treating yourself to an NV 1150 sewing machine or a beautiful FS 140 Brother sewing machine, or Jennie Raymont's brand new beginner's patchwork guide and patterns, or her brand new bag, the bag with no handles. We will get to the bottom of why it's called that because it does have a handle, but it doesn't. If you're confused as I am, stay tuned for 9 o'clock. Right, next up, hemline bag feet. Oh, there they are. They add a really classy touch. Now, this is where I would recommend, if you're going to put bag feet into your bag, you want to use bag base as well. I would put bag base in, yes. So if you're putting them in the bottom of a messenger bag, say, that you're mostly going to wear around your shoulder, but sometimes put on the floor, I would put that into the bag base itself. Cut it slightly smaller, so within your seam allowance, rather than including them. Just slip it in when you're adding your lining. There are your 12 sheets of plastic canvas. £1.99 for the feet. £1.99 for the feet. And if you want to get that plastic canvas, it's not just for making bag bases. In fact, that's not its primary use. You get 12 big sheets for £24.99. And I think we've got a photograph of something made with, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that is phenomenal. This is what my daughter made with canvas. It's great stuff. That's from Meg. Meg, your daughter is a real talent. That is terrific. That's the stuff. Just add talent. Yeah. I think that's wonderful. Right, Bosal in our form. I have got single-sided fusible. I have a few hero products. You know this is one of them. This is a fusible foam core. Non-fusible on one side. That's the side that feels really smooth and almost felty. And one side that's fusible. Kind of feel it. You can hear it as well when I rub. Yeah? That's the side that's got the fusible. If you're ever trying to identify what kind of Bosal in our form have I got, just do that test. You can get where it's completely smooth on both sides, non-fusible, one of each, that's what we've got here, or fusible on both sides. This is the most useful, I think. This is the single-sided fusible. I tend to fuse my outer fabrics to this, make the outer bag up, and then my lining fabric, I will put H250, a medium weight fusible interfacing. If this is all double Dutch to you, grab yourself, make 100 bags while it's on early bird, $15.99. All of these interfacings are explained, when and how you use them. It's all there in the start of the book. And then you've got 100 bags to make to practice on. You don't have to make them all. Lowest ever price on SewingStreet. Right, that's our Bosal in our form. Now, I've also got H640. If you didn't want to get the bundle, you just want H640. This is it's by the half metre. So this is cut to order. So if you love this stuff and you want meters of it, just multiply up those half metre units. $5.99 for half a metre. 2 units will get you a metre. Pat's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, Happy New Year to everyone. The American group, ZZ Tops, had a logo like those zip pulls. Oh, the lightning bolt, yes. Yes, and wasn't it funny that the guy in the band who doesn't have a beard, his surname is Beard. It really is. It really is. Yeah, yeah. Oh, the irony. Tracy says, good morning all, Happy New Year. Hope it's a safe and prosperous one. Looking forward to the show today, Stuart. Thank you, Tracy, and Happy New Year to you too as well. Right, H630, this is the one that's half the thickness, okay? I particularly like this if I'm using something like a PU leather and want to quilt it, because you're not really adding bulk, but you are adding that relief. This isn't cut to order. This is a 1 metre piece by 90 centimetres for $7.99. So really good value. This is also good for quilted clothing as well, because much thinner So you're not getting that bulk, unless you want a sort of bulk, in which case obviously go for it. But I think for most quilted clothing, H630 is the most suitable. This is a 1 metre piece by 90 centimetres. This is pre-cut, so if you multi-buy, you will get multiples of this. But it's very easy if you want to join it, because it's fusible, you can just butt the edges together and fuse it to your fabric. That will do, that will do. Right, shall we do the bunt fix? I just like saying it. Bund fix. This will fix your bund. Yes, I think that's enough explanation. This is waist shaper. So this you use for waistbands in skirts, trousers, that kind of thing. But equally, we love it in bag making. It's cut to order, 99p a metre. And great because you can cut it down to create different widths of shoulder strap. Fuse the whole thing and then fold the single layer fabric, fold and press, that'll fuse then, and then fold the whole thing in half again, and then top stitch, and there's your shoulder strap. And if you've got the bundle, do you see? Perfect. Perfect. So that's that stuff. I love it. Golden glue. Golden glue. Yes, golden glue. It's always out of stock, apparently. Well, it isn't today, is it, Hannah? Here it is. Very sticky, all-purpose glue. Dries clear and flexible. Ideal for fabric. General Crafts. Safe and non-toxic. £2.99. Oh, it's worth getting just for that, isn't it? I've only got 20 of these, though. Got time to mention Odecoat? There's the Odecoat. Use like an old store card or something like that, or an old credit card for spreading. Oh. Oh, hello. You scrape it onto the fabric and it makes it, either one layer will make it splash resistant, wipeable. 2 or 3 layers will make it waterproof. So you can build, it's buildable, but don't just put one really thick layer on. It's like nail polish, you've got to do a couple of layers. £14.99. We've got a message. We've got a message. Oh, from Karen. Hey, Hayley had a purse on her advent calendar. No, can the PU coming up be used for that? I would have thought so. I don't know the pattern, but I would have thought so. I would have thought so. Happy New Year. My resolution was to not buy sewing supplies. Until I'd used up my stash, and then you preview the 10 a.m. bundle. I know I'm naughty like that. But look, that's so gorgeous. Is that every colour of PU that we do? We've got metallics, we've got fashion, we've got neutrals. They are delish. They are delish. You get 14.5 metres. Look, I'll just show you really quickly the colours so you can see. I will do these properly in a bit. But we've got gold, we've got that deep Merlot, chocolate brown or espresso, soft baby pink, red, black. We've got gorgeous light metallic gold. We've got a metallic blue, stunning, metallic green. We've got black. No, I beg your pardon, that is navy. We've got an elephant grey. We've got black, we've got tan or taupe, and we've got the creamy white. I mean, that is just fabulous. That's our special at 10 o'clock. Be here or be square. popular. You're gonna be popular. Right, we'll go to a break. When we come back, oh, we've got someone for you. It's Jennie Rayment. Can't wait. After the break.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Happy New Year. If you've only just joined us, welcome to 2026 here on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and this is Jennie Rayment. Hey,
Hello.
Jenny.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
And to you as well. And Happy New Year to all our viewers and everybody else and their families and the whole caboodle.
It's great to have your company.
It's really nice
you
to be here
always
with
bring
you.
so many gorgeous projects for us, loads of inspiration.
Thank you.
And you're always so beginner-friendly. We love encouraging. We're going to jump straight in. Jenny's designed a brand new bag for us, and it's called the Bag with No Handles. Jenny, would you just show us the bag? And I'm going to grab the first bundle.
Okay, this is the bag with no handle. And yes, I can see you're saying it's got a handle. Technically, it hasn't. And the reason why it's called this is a student said to me, I don't like making handles for my bags. So I said, well, have you made a boxed cushion? Yes, she said, I quite like making boxed cushions. Well, why don't we make a boxed cushion and make one side of the boxed cushion much longer and let's stitch it in.
So it goes all the way around?
It goes all the way around. So she said, that's great, I haven't got to make a bag handle. So technically, this is a bag with no handle because what it is a boxed cushion with an extended side.
I'll tell you what it also is, Jenny, a fabulous bag. Capacious, smart, and I love that patchwork detail. Let's dive in. I've got that first bundle, which is to make the very one you've just seen from Jenny. You get 1 metre of black solid. Really love the drama of that. You also get 1/2 metre of this fabric. Now, that's ironing I can get on board with.
Yes, 100%.
Little iron. This would make a great going to workshops, going fabric shopping, lunch with the girls bag. You also get your full pattern here. Tremendous value for £24.99. A brand new pattern. And of course, you're getting all of this. It's not just a bag pattern, is it, Jenny? You've got all of this patchwork technique.
You've got patchwork. It shows you how to cut it out, explains how you put it together. Yes, the whole thing is in there.
We were talking earlier on, Jenny and I, about the pros, the cons of self-publishing, of writing your own patterns. And we were saying, you know, both of us, how, you know, when you're doing a book, it's like you can only have 2 photographs, you can only have 3 illustrations. For these, Jenny said, if I want a photograph, just put another photograph in. There's loads of photographs. If you're brand new to this or you're a visual learner, you've got everything in here, Jenny.
Yes, because I believe firmly that some people are visual learners, some people like the words, and some people do both. So each stage is photographed, put down there, and hopefully will be understandable by one and all.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the dream. Right, be quick on this. I've got low quantities of all of these bundles. That's your black and white version. Right, next up, I'm going to do this fabulous blue and yellow, very reminiscent of the one on the front. You've got this beautiful, I think, Moda.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
Moda, it is indeed, Morris Manor. print, and then you've got this fabulous linen texture macawa, a metre of that, half a metre of that, plus your pattern. Very sort of Provençal.
I thought so too, and it was really nice to work with. So I've got some of my samples in that, and obviously you've seen the black and white one.
Yeah, delicious, really lovely. They're very keen, by the way, Jenny, on the bound edge to that shoulder strap.
Yes.
I think that's lovely.
Yes, it sort of finishes it off nicely.
Very smart, very smart. Low figures on all of these, be quick. Right, next up, oh, you gotta have a little bit of liberty. You've got half a metre of Emily Bell there. Gorgeous, gorgeous, intense pink there. And then that pink mottle for your lining. I mean, you could mix and match a little bit of that. I would want another bag made in.
Oh, yes. And just think the summer. As you said, spring is coming, you're going to have bulbs in the house, and the whole thing is, the sun's coming down, and it's not long, the days are getting longer. Yes.
Jenny, bless you, you were watching me earlier.
I was indeed. I was listening to every pearl of wisdom that fell from your lips.
You get your pattern as well, of course, for $24.99 for Liberty. I know, for Liberty. And then our last bundle. Oh, no, this is cute. So what you... No, it's not that. It's green. Okay, that's fine. That is cute. Okay. Okay. They haven't done a half metre either. They've only done half a metre as well. So you get half a metre of your outer. That's really cute. That's a Liberty as well. Isn't that lovely?
That's very pretty, and it goes really well with that green.
Beautiful.
Yes, they'll get a metre of the
that.
green. Yep.
It's a great price, though, £21.99. So £3 less, but still Liberty and still with your instructions. It's a great price. Oh, and you've spotted it too because we've got low single figures left for this. Would this be one to wear in on your shoulder in March on St. Patrick's Day?
I think it could well be.
Yeah?
Oh, yes, be green.
A little Guinness? Mm-hmm. Do we like Guinness?
Not particularly, but no, but you could have a shamrock. You could put a shamrock on the front of it.
I discovered I liked Guinness on a trip to Dublin.
Right.
I went to the Guinness factory, thought I won't like it. I actually really did.
You are aware it tastes different to where it's made in the world.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Depends on the water.
Absolutely. Right, Jan says, good morning, Stuart, and Happy New Year, Jenny, from sunny Portland.
Happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, it was a late night last night, Jan. Do you know, I piled into bed like you. Well,
You pulled an all-nighter, Jenny?
No, I didn't.
You can tell me, it's just us.
No. Oh, yes, I will do. So I get into bed about 9-ish, thinking I'll get, 5 hours sleep.
Yeah.
And round about 11:30, the next door neighbours came out in their back garden. OK, fine, noise. So 12 o'clock, the fireworks went off. So 15 minutes of fireworks. They had a really good display. All went silent.
Hurrah.
Marvellous. Just dropping off again when they must have found the other box of fireworks.
Oh.
So round about 25.
Was that you shooting at them?
No, I just lay in
joking,
bed
I'm
and
joking.
cursed. So there wasn't a lot of sleep last night. Then 3 o'clock this morning, I was up and on the road, driving here, so I could be with you in your lovely presence.
Bless you. And Jenny, I don't know how you do it, but you're still absolutely sparkling, even on 3 hours sleep. My goodness. Pattern on its own, the bag with no handles. It all makes sense now. $9.99. And again, Jenny, would you just show us it on so we can see the size of it?
There is the bag.
really
It's
good
about
size.
15 inches square. It has a pocket on the front here. The tab on the top opens up, and then there's a zipped up section on the inside as well. So you've got a
Lovely.
big pocket on the inside, you've got a pocket on the front. When you understand the principle, you can make this any size you like. It's a
Fabulous.
principle.
Fabulous. If you want a digital download, perhaps you want to make the bag today. Loads of you coming in for the pattern. You can make it today. Digital download. And if this is the only thing you're buying today, of course, no postage. $9.99. Different details, though, remember. Now, not essential, but definitely very useful, not just for this bag, but for patchwork and quilting and bag making generally. It's the 15.5-inch square ruler from So Easy. And look at the price, £23.99 is a steal, Jenny.
It is a steal. I mean, if you're into cushion making, it's a cushion cover. All you've got to do is cut round it. So it's great for soft furnishing business. It's great for squaring things off. You can put it on the edge of curtains to sort of make sure it's all square. I think it's one of those go-to rulers. We've all got the 12.5-inch one, but there's so many times when you want a bit more than 12.5. So you put your ruler down the side of it. You try counting the things on the cutting board. No, I think the 15.5-inch one is well worth having.
You and I agree on so many things, Jenny. I'm totally with you. If you want an 8.5-inch background square, this is the ruler you need. 10.5-inch, 12.5-inch. You can square up your units as well.
You can indeed, yes.
Brilliant all-rounder.
And what's more, it also doubles up as a sort of temporary light box, because if you put it over with a lamp underneath it, you can use it as a light box.
What a great idea. What a great idea. The So Easy rulers are such a good price. £23.99. It's a brilliant price. You've got all your markings there, your 60-degree line, your 30-degree and your 45. You've got your bias there. And it is 15.5 inches square. So you've got that extra lip, that extra half-inch. So if, for example, you want to cut an 8.5-inch border, easy.
Yes. No, it's a really good piece of kit to have.
Yeah. We've got limited quantities of these and loads of you putting them into baskets. We've already had a sellout. This is gone. More to come. More to come. Right. Yes. Great ruler. Anything else? Yeah, let's go to demo, Jenny.
Can I borrow the pattern, please?
Of course you can.
Because, you know, they don't allow me to have a pattern. I write it, I send it
You're
off.
supposed to know how to make the bag,
well,
Jenny.
I know, I'm just going to show everybody that when you open it up, there you will find a cutting out diagram. So you'll know exactly how to cut out the various pieces. And notice you've got several 15-inch bits. So what is really good? That ruler is excellent. Right, I'm going to whisk you through how to do oh, hang on, Stuart is posing with the ruler. You see, pity you can't see it against the wheel.
No, still not.
Admire Stuart's pose with the ruler. So I'm going to whisk you quickly through how you actually make the bag. We'll start off with the front. Now, the front actually is a block that did occur in foldy-roldy patchwork pizzazz, but you could actually use anything you happen to fancy, because there's no reason why you couldn't have changed the block on the front for something completely different. You don't have to do the trumpets.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yes, you could if you wanted to, just have a plain front.
Orphan blocks?
Yes, orphan blocks. What a very good way to get rid of an orphan block. So pop it on the front there, use it up. Right, and if you're a beginner, you could watch the next show and then you'll see how to make some of the other blocks. Okay, so when it comes to making up the section on the front here, you are going to need 4 big squares for the background. Let's move over there and just shift this thing into place so we can see what we're doing. The squares are then divided in half, making half square triangles. What happens then is you will take a further square, which is the lovely bright yellow. This is going to be folded into a triangle. Now, I would press that. Technically, what we're going to do is we're going to fold it in half again. Now, that is what is known as a prairie point. But the design we're making, I call trumpets, because I'm going to take this prairie point, stick it in the seam, lift it up and squash it, and it no longer is a prairie point. It's something completely different. Now, just as a little sort of added extra, because we're going to try and get 4 of these together in the very centre and not require a button, to make it a little less bulky in the middle, we're going to just cut off a tiny weeny bit from the inside and just remove a little bit.
Oh, that's a clever tip, Jenny. I like that. Because it is hard, isn't it, when you've got lots of bulk?
Correct. Fold it into a triangle again, making jolly sure that bit's on the inside, all right? Get these 2 folds nice and flush, and I would pin them. Is she extracting a pin? Just put a pin in there to hold those 2 folds flush. This is then going to be put in between these 2 half-square triangles, but it needs to go at a certain distance. It has to be with the opening 1 7/8 of an inch away from that edge, all right? You will measure it carefully, won't you? Yes, miss. When you've done that, you'll place the other one on top and stitch all the way down there. Having stitched all the way down there, and here's one I did earlier, the thing you need to be aware of is when we do this stitching, we're going to use not 1/4 of an inch, but we're going to use 3/8. Now, before you panic, 3/8 is with the needle in the middle of your foot usually, and very often beside your presser foot will be a number that says 3/8. Great. It might say 10, it might say 1. And the reason for using a bigger seam allowance, and don't worry, it's all explained in the pattern, is it's going to allow you room to get all those extra layers together when we put the block, finally finish it at the centre. So we've removed some of the bulk with that little snip on the inside. We're going to use a wider seam. When you've sewn down there, you're going to open it out, press that flat, lift the shape up, squash it, and it makes a kite. And
It's
you're
so
going to
clever.
do that twice.
It's so clever.
Okay. We're going to take 2 of these and a further one of them there, making sure you folded it over and you put a pin in to hold the folds flush. This time, and make very certain you've got the openings going towards the middle, but this time we're going to put this one in that way up, the other way up.
Okay.
Put that on top, and you're going to sew all the way down there. And with luck, when you open it out, it'll look something like this.
Always the 3/8 of an inch seam.
Always a 3/8 of an inch seam. Because you notice now there's a bit more room at the top of that shape for me to have a seam allowance. Technically it should be 3/8, but you know, if it isn't, you just have to have a narrow or slightly larger seam. I would always press the seams open and flat on these things because you've got so much bulk, so press the seams open and flat. And if you can remember, remove the ears. That's not your ears, that's the little ears on the patchwork, okay, because they add bulk to the edge. When you've done that once, you're going to do exactly the same thing for a second time. So we have 2 pieces that are the same. It will pay you to lift them all up and squash them flat. Right, we're going to put the block together. Now, please look at the pictures, because it's so easy to get these shapes in upside down, the wrong way round it, every which way but the right way. I'm going to place 1 more of the remaining triangles, and you will have had 8 of them there, and 1 more on the other side. Let's just find his friend, which is hiding there. These will overlap in the centre on the front.
Okay.
Like that. And it will pay you to do a couple of bits of stay stitching before we put the entire block together, which will simply happen by doing that and sewing all the way along the end. When you've done that, and sadly we have to move away from that fabric and have one that I've done slightly earlier here, it's going to look something like the one you have in front of you. Ooh. Hopefully all the points meet in the middle. Now, it's at this stage now when I would cut a piece of whatever the stiffening you're using. Now, we've got Styleville Fix on the show. We've also had Bozell on the show. You could use any one of the other waddings. If you were lucky enough to get that bundle of wadding, I would suggest you use perhaps the H640 because it's quite a bag that needs a bit of extra strength. But I would iron this or quilt this onto whatever stiffening you're using. It's at this stage now where you can play with these shapes. We can lift them up, open them out, squash them, flatten them, roll them back, tuck little squares inside, which are nothing more than squares folded into rectangles, folded over like that, couple of stitches. I'm having to go quickly because we've got lots and lots on this show.
We do have lots.
This can then be pushed into the little pocket, tucked in there, push well down, and then you can roll that bit back. But if you don't like that, you could play with this how you like. Do whatever you happen to fancy. Once it's completed, let's move that to one side, you're going to take a second piece of, or a piece of the lining, which will
Jenny,
be...
can I just interject for a second? Would you quilt it then as well? Do you add quilting or...?
Yes, if you're using a fusible and you fuse it on the front, you don't have to, but yes, you can most certainly quilt it.
Okay.
And I'd probably do nothing more complex, Stuart, than perhaps just outline round it. If you wanted to do something more complex, a top tip is don't flatten these, but you can do all the quilting and then flatten them down on top.
Oh, that's a great tip.
So that saves, having to work your way around it and getting the presser foot caught underneath.
Great tip.
Right. Once this has been done, how you happen to choose, take the piece of lining, put it along one side, and you can stitch all the way along there, fold it back, and this will give you the faux piping that will be along the edge of it.
Lovely.
Something like the one we have here.
Yeah.
I just drop that on the floor. So here is, again, using that lovely blue and yellow colourway. there is my little bit of faux piping. What will happen now is you'll need a further section of the interfacing that you're using, and you want one more piece of the lining fabric. It technically isn't really lining.
What interfacing have you used there?
Sorry?
What kind of
I've got
interfacing?
Styleville Fix here.
Styleville Fix.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
We'll give you the graphics for that. £6.99. That's for half a metre. So that's a fusible.
Yep.
You can use a fusible or a non-fusible, I guess.
You could indeed use exactly that. So I'm trying to find the right bit, which is here. Here we are. Move number 1 will be to place one piece of fabric in the middle, fuse it on, take the pocket, pop the pocket on top. We then cover up the excess bits at the side with one piece of fabric there. It's not that one, it's this one. You see, the huge problem I have, viewers, is they only ever send me one lot of fabric, you see. So that is how the pocket gets affixed to the front of your bag. All right?
So what do you do, like flip them right sides together and sew down and then flip it back?
No, you don't. You put that directly on top of that.
Right.
Stitch it in place. This goes down on there. Stitch and flip.
Oh, right sides together. Yeah, that's
Stitch
what I
and
meant.
flip there.
That's what I
So
meant.
that,
Yeah.
in fact, is holding it in place, as you can see on this one.
you.
All right. Dead easy. Absolutely. I don't do difficult. So that's how you deal with the front. Let's deal with the zip, because that's quite an
Just
interesting...
going to read a couple of messages while we're
doing it.
there. Julianne's got in touch to say Happy New Year to all at Sewing Street. Happy New Year to you too.
And
Amanda
you
says
as
good morning and Happy New Year to you all. I discovered baby Guinness at my firm's Christmas party. It's lovely. I had 4. Cheeky. Liz says, Happy New Year. I'm with you, Stuart. I've taken down the decorations early this year, but instead of a bowl of bulbs, I've got a pineapple plant with a small pineapple growing.
Ooh.
It was a gift, so I'm waiting to see if it develops. I've just ordered Jenny's pattern, as I love her different take on sewing. You are very unique in your approach. You bring something really fresh to us.
That's very kind of you. I
Love
think it's
it.
probably, oh my goodness me, how on earth am I going to cope with this and what am I going to do with that?
Joyce says, a very happy and healthy new year to you all. Love the bag, Jenny. Joyce in windy Durham.
Excellent, thank you, Joyce. Right, the zip. Now the zip is, I hate putting in zips, so this for me is quite an easy way. So you could buy the zip we've got on the roll, which is brilliant. Could you be a dear and sling me one of those?
Oh, of course I will. I'll sling you the blue.
Sling me the blue one. Okay, so you've got 10 metres of the zip on the roll here, and it's 20, isn't it? 20
20
zip heads,
pulls.
which you can put on. So that's ideal because you can have what you like. And top tip for this bag is if you have your zip a little longer than the bag side, it means you haven't got a problem of coping with the zip head when you get to it because you can slide it up and down. All right, so cut it a bit longer, makes life so much easier. Right, I have the lining. Now, the lining, I'm just using any old bit of fabric. All right, it's not from your blue or your yellow or your black or your white. This is just it's a lining. Who wants to waste really nice fabric in the lining?
True.
I've got 2 pieces of lining. One is slightly bigger than the other. I'm going to take the smaller piece of lining, lay the zip on it, take the larger piece of the inside of the bag, put that on the top there.
So don't panic that those 2 pieces are different sizes.
No, it works.
Jenny, I piece fabric together all the time for linings.
Yes.
Because again, not
Yes,
just
yeah.
don't waste lovely fabric,
No.
but also if you've got small bits, sew them together.
Yes, totally. Get these all in the right place would be even better. Right, so then basically what you're going to do is using the zip foot is sew all the way along the top here. So you literally sew all the way along there. It's all explained in the pattern.
Another message, Beck says, morning lovely Stuart, Jenny and everyone, Happy New Year. I hope 2026 is kind to us all.
Right, and then we're going to take the other half and do the same thing on the other side. So what will happen in the end, if I go to this, here's one I did earlier. When you have done that, you will find your pocket is here, there is the zip, and voila, you can open it and tuck it right inside there.
Oh, fab.
All right, so basically it is take the zip and the zip gets put between 2 pieces of fabric and they get folded over. You do the same thing on the other side, fold them over. When you've done that, the reason for the longer piece going on the shorter section is that's got to come all the way down from the top of the zip because the zip lies like that. All right?
Yep.
Right, having done that, this needs to go onto a further piece of stuff. There we go. And one more piece of the blue. That's the blue bit I wanted. That's it. So we've got blue on the front of that. This goes on here. Tip it over, because I need to show the other things. Stitch all the way along there, right the way along, fold it back, and that gives you your faux edging for the top of the bag there. All right, can we see that? Great.
Jenny,
Yes.
would one, is it a half metre of the style fix? Will that be enough to do the whole bag, or do we need 2 units of that?
Half a metre just about does it, because you can join it together.
Yeah.
Because you're only using 250. Yes, I'd have a metre.
I'll
I think
always
a
have
metre. I metered so much better than that.
2
No,
units.
Yeah.
It's now, is that cut to order?
I don't
Stroking
know.
my long beard while I
Yes,
think.
Yes, while you think about it.
We're not sure, but it doesn't matter.
Right, now, one thing I forgot and omitted, and I forgot this on the pattern, I had to go back and insert it, and you as well know as I do, is, oh my goodness me, I've got to move all the diagrams around. I forgot the tab. Now, when it comes to tab, this is where those of you who have been really, really sensible and bought that bag, you know, set of bag finishing things.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know.
Magnetic snap.
Magnetic snaps. Basically, the tab is made by taking 2 bits of fabric, 1 bit of the, whatever you're using, Styleville, Bozels, whatever it is, fuse it on, so all the way around there, turn it through. When you've turned it through, then you can either, you could use hook and loop fastener.
Okay.
If not, you could put your magnetic clasp in there, and it will get put on by, so she rescuing the things from the floor that she chucked them onto. Remember, you would put the tab on and make jolly certain you got the magnetic clasp upwards, because it goes up and over, and put this on before you attach the zip back.
Yeah.
Okay, follow the pattern. Don't do as Rayment did, stitch it on, think, oops, I've got to undo it all and put the tab
hate
in.
that.
But what you really want to know is how you put it together. So let's get all this little lot out the way.
Fab. Deborah's messaged in. She says, Happy New Year, Stuart, Jenny and the team. Happy New Year, Deborah. Should we say a quick hello to the gallery, by the way? Let's do a quick hello.
Hello, gallery.
There's Hannah, there's young Ollie, and where's Finn? Finn, where's young Finn? He's in his corner office. Hey, Happy New Year, everyone. That's the team. And what a team they are.
They are a super team.
They are
That's a really nice thing about being here, is everybody is so nice.
I'm glad you think so.
Yes, I think so. Right, when it comes to the handle, so she in inverted commas, I've cut strips of, again, whatever interfacing you're using, and just joined it together with a zigzag across the join. You can probably just about see it here. There's a zigzag across there.
Do you butt or do you overlap?
No, I just butt it up to it.
Butt
If
it
you
up,
do
yeah.
overlap, it's too thick, Stuart, for that.
Yeah, yeah.
What happens then is you'll join all the strips together that make the handle, and you want a bit for one side, bit for the other side, and this is where we move on to the other. Here's ones I did earlier, which are here. Slightly smaller version.
I'll tell you a funny story, Jenny. When I was looking at today's show, I thought, bag with no handles. I thought, has Jenny taken like a music reference to give this? Is there the bag with no handles? You know, a song by the Rolling Stones. And I actually researched, is there a song called Bag with No Handles? So now your challenge is, next time you come, to write the song. Or Derek, if you're watching, could you?
Yes,
The
please.
horse with no name?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know.
Oh, do you know we have the pub with no name not far from us?
Oh,
The
okay.
name board fell down many years ago, so it became known as the pub with no name.
Love that.
Right, when it comes to making up the handle, you're going to stitch the handle covering to both sides. And the way that I joined it together was simply to leave the ends long enough to have one raw end going down flat, the other end you fold over and simply either stitch on the machine or hand stitch. So you will cover the entire handle. It'll look something like this. Taking your pieces, now note they are considerably smaller, there is the back with the zip pocket inside.
Yep.
There is the front with its, this one happens to have its tab on the front. You would have had the pocket. The principle is this.
Yeah.
Take your handle, so she, and it gets stitched all the way round one side of the bag.
Gotcha.
So it's going to look something like this one here. Again, dump that on the floor. Now, the thing you want to watch is on the corners, just do a slightly roundy, all right? Don't go into the corners and out at a right angle. It'd be much easier if you just round it and clip it. There's no need to cut this on the bias because you're just simply going to clip the fabric and feed it round the corner. So attach the handle to one side of the bag. Now, again, top tip, because I did this wrong because I wasn't thinking, make sure you attach it so you're putting it with the right side on the outside and the handle's going like that. Don't do it the other way around. When you've done one side, you're going to take the other half of the bag and again do the same thing. What I found was actually made life easier was to put a little mark here in relation to the corner so I could match that little mark with the corner of my bag there.
So just to be clear, your seams are on the outside of your bag. We're going to bind them.
Which is why it had to be bound. Yeah. So you're then going to stitch all the way around there and then you're going to come onto the binding. And this is where we change colour completely. There we are.
Oh, I like that one in
it's
the
good,
cave. Oh, and that one too,
yes.
But that lovely cave one. Will you just grab that in and just look? Loads of you are going for that. Is super smart. Loads of you are going for the pattern on its own. I'm just thinking. I mean, if you've got, you know, a couple of half meters, well, 3 half meters, or a meter of this and a half meter, you could mix and match.
Yes, you could do. You can do what you like with it. And again, when you see how easy the principle, it's a box cushion. Okay. Once you've applied the handle, then it's just really a question of binding it. Now, I tend to use single binding rather than double, but the choice is yours. You will find there is enough fabric there for single binding. If you want double binding, you might have to use more fabric.
Okay.
But of course, you could always make your binding in a contrast colour.
Yeah, lovely.
And I found it was easier to stitch the binding here and then turn it over and slip stitch it on the front rather than doing it the other way round. And I slip stitched it by hand round there, but on the handles, you can actually machine it on the handle. So this piece, unfortunately, because I don't do hand sewing, had to be done by hand. So on your behalf, I sat there and laboriously hand sewed my binding on front and back of the bag.
Ollie, have we got a cheer or a clap sound effect? Oh, if ever there was a moment for, can we just... No, I appreciate that, Jenny, because I really am not a fan of hand sewing either. Unless it's cross-stitch and embroidery, and I love that. But hand sewing binding, nope.
No way.
Nope.
Tell you what is jolly good, though, for this is we must have got quilt clips somewhere in the repertoire of the things we sell. Quilt clips, yes, great. Those are fantastic for holding the binding. So that's it. In essence, it's all in the pattern. It's a box cushion. It hasn't got a handle. It's just got an extended side. And you can have it any size you like. You can do it in black and white. You can do it in blue and yellow. You can do it in pink and green. You could use up your scraps. You could use up your stash.
It wouldn't be a Jennie Rayment show if she didn't throw something on the floor. Well done. I'm glad to see the bag finally well. Right, grab your pattern while you can. It's called the bag with no handles. I understand why now. I think it's a brilliant concept, great bag, and really adaptable as well. You can make it in all different sizes. Derek wants us to form a band. Jenny and the Rayments. Stuart on drums. He'll do the keyboards.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Love
yes.
that.
Yes.
Right. Let's move on because we have got one of your fabulous books, Material Magic, on the hour as well. You might have noticed those fabulous quilts on the wall. I was admiring them earlier. Let's go straight in. Are you kidding me? £9.95?
Yes.
That's fun. Not how many projects?
Oh, I don't know. Look in the contents, says she rudely. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14 projects for £9.95.
Go on, somebody work out the maths.
'Twould be rude not to. Love those.
Yes, that's a great way of using up scraps, and that would work remarkably well with all the bits that you've got left over of the bosal or styleville or whatever, that inner form, anything like that works brilliantly on those pots.
Just gorgeous. Look at these. And again, it is filled to the brim with Jenny's amazing sort of trademark tucks and folds and innovative approach to using fabric, quite unlike anybody else that I've seen. You know, it is wonderful to have something unique, something different, something playful, Jenny.
You are good. You are nice. Well, just very briefly show you some of the things that are in the book. Right? I'm going to demonstrate circles because that's what I was asked to do. So here are your circles, which just come from, strange enough, circles. So 1, 2, 3, and that's this different fabric, and if you fold the fabric in 2 different ways, you get either that one or that one. You can do it any size. You could do it as a cushion cover. You can do 8 of them together. You could do really tiny ones, you see, and put them on the Christmas tree
they're
or on
really
your chest.
cute.
Oh, it's a principle. Use it as a box lid, make a quilt out of it, use these as embellishments on a quilt. So that's one of the things.
That's lovely. I like that with the leaves.
There is then in the book, there's a quilt which uses this particular design, which is, you can see on the back here. You could have it as placemats, you could have it as a table runner.
It's lovely.
You can make the the hexagonal quilt. If you didn't fancy that, you can play with Japanese folded, and there's one sample of Japanese folded there. That's when you go bananas with Japanese folded.
Lovely.
Why not? Completely different on the back. There is the reusable Christmas cracker, absolutely fantastic.
Bang.
Use it again. Yes, you put snaps in them.
Oh no, we always literally make a point of shouting bang, when
Oh,
we
I
pull. Oh no, we're not buying extras, Jenny. No.
There are some jokes in the book because Christmas cracker jokes are appalling.
They are. Are they appalling in the book?
No, they're not. They're perfectly good.
Give me an example. I need an example. Amanda keeps her decorations up until 12th night, and also because it's her sister's birthday today. Happy birthday. Enjoy lunch out later.
Okay, enjoy. What do you get if you eat Christmas decorations?
Oh, I'm not sure. What do you get if you eat Christmas decorations?
Tinselitis.
Ah, terrible. And
I
you said
know.
not appalling. What?
Yes, but you see, if it's your own cracker, you could put your own better. You don't
Yeah,
have to be
that's
dad
true.
at jokes. And the thing that's also in front of me is, again, just made from circles in the book. It's a principle. What I'm trying to teach half the time will show you can be very simple, you can be very complex. And what is hanging behind me,
That's
this
lovely.
that is wrapping a circle over a 60-degree diamond. It's connected with Japanese folded, but it's double-sided, you see, so there is no backing on it when you do it.
No
you just
way.
make it. Anyway.
That's very cool.
Thank you.
$9.95 for 14 projects.
We are going to do circles.
There's a cute. You've bunged up the phone lines, Jenny.
Oh, there they
I think
are.
it's mostly people complaining about your joke.
You are unkind.
A message. Happy New Year, Jenny. Please don't say any more jokes. No, it's not that. Happy New Year,
should
Stuart,
read another
Jenny.
one.
And the gallery. Do it. Punish me. Would you give a shout out for the wonderful staff in the call centre who are amazing? Katie, absolutely. Our call centre staff are the best. We love you and thank you for working so hard.
Yes, I wholly agree, because it isn't easy when they get customers like you and I probably ringing them up and being irritating.
I'm a pussycat.
Where are we? Why are Christmas trees so bad at sewing?
Oh, I've guessed this one, but go on.
Go on, yes.
Because they're always dropping their needles.
Well done. Okay. Okay, how does Christmas Day end?
Usually with a fight, isn't it?
With the letter Y.
Clever. Clever. I like it. I like
All right,
it.
okay, so
I
out
like
of
the
three, one was okay.
I like the one, two snowmen standing in a field. One looks at the other and went, "Can you smell carrots?" It's the way I tell them.
This is the way you tell them, absolutely.
It's the way I tell them.
Would you like me to show you how to do this circle thing? Or
I
not?
would love that. If it's the choice between that and another joke, yes.
I see. Okay, so the circle thing can be made any size you like, from really small, okay, and you can actually stitch these on the machine, but I have failed to be able to stitch beads on the machine. I have tried, but all I end up doing is breaking a needle. So beads have to be stitched by hand, so take note. Hand
I love that you
stitching.
tried doing it on a sewing
Yes.
machine. That really is. I just don't do hand sewing.
I had the tweezers, you see, and I held the bead with my left hand with the tweezers and dropped the needle down the middle. And the idea was to use the zigzag, as I do with buttons, is to get it to zig over the bead and down the other side.
Yeah, yeah. I see
Oh,
the
it's fine. It did
principle.
it the first time, but when it came back, I must have moved the bead slightly because the bead smashed and that was it.
Gotcha. Paula's
Yeah.
getting in on the act. She says, why does Father Christmas not have to pay for parking?
Oh, go on.
Because it's on the house. I like that one. That's a good one. That can go in the book, the reprint.
Yes,
the
all right, the
reprint.
reprint of that. Okay, we're going to be now solemn and serious and do something with the circles, and we're going to create a design that looks a little bit like this one. And you haven't done the fabrics,
That's all right, Jenny.
right?
Let's do your
'Cause
book.
You might. Well, you don't want to do the fabrics quick because they might want to buy them.
No, it's all
All
right.
right,
They're
we'll
on
do
the
this.
website.
Okay, right,
They're on
okay,
the website. We love your tip. We've always got fabric, Jenny. We haven't always got you.
Right, that's fine. Okay, so the fabrics that I used the paw print one, the red and the grey, which is in this one.
Oh, that's giving me Cruella de Vil vibes.
I know, isn't it? Yes, it's
Love that.
1,001 Dalmatians.
How many puppies?
Yes, a whole load of them. Is it 101? Not 1,001. 1,001 is the carpet shampoo, isn't it? That's right. There are other carpet shampoos available.
I love how your mind works.
Yes. If I was ever locked up in a prison, if I had to write poems on the wall, to keep I can't do it because I cannot remember a line. I know one poem from my childhood, which I'm not going to repeat on air because it's morbid and macabre.
Oh.
I'm unable to remember anything.
Really?
Just can't. I can do 2 lines of most hymns and then I have to la, la, la.
Love that.
You see? So, my prison wall will be covered with "O come all ye faithful, la, la, la."
Those are the words, surely.
Something like that. Anyway, back to circles. You need a circle, strangely enough, and it's entirely up to you. If you want to make it with just 2 colours, then you will just need 2 circles, a red one and indeed a paw print one. I have chosen to go for the fancy version.
That's
and
gorgeous.
use 3 colours. So what I did was, and very complicated, was I took 2 pieces of fabric, stitched them together down the middle, press the seam open and flat. You do need to do that because you've got to keep it flatter. Took another piece of material and put them right sides together. Circle. It pays on your circle to draw the midpoint across the line there. Don't worry, there is the circle in the book and you can make it with any size circle you like. If you don't want to use the circle out the book, you could draw around a plate, cut the paper out, fold it in half. But the reason for needing the midline is you can put the circle so the midline is equidistant exactly on that seam. Using a pencil, doesn't really matter. You draw all the way round the circle. Very complicated, this. Having drawn all the way around the circle, it is to the sewing machine or by hand, because all you're going to do now is stitch on the drawn line right the way around. Now, I'm using the really rather nice Brother FS 140. Now, one of the nice things about this particular little machine is if I want to do a 1/4 of an inch, all I simply have to do is go to pattern number 46 because it sets itself. The needle automatically sets itself at a 1/4 of an inch from the inner edge of the presser foot. Now, I don't want to do a 1/4 of an inch because all I'm going to do is sew along the line. And it is extraordinarily simple just to change the stitch setting by simply pressing the buttons on the front here, and it will change the needle back to 0, 0, which will put my needle over there. I want the needle in the middle, so I'm going to go to, that's the wrong one, I think it's 3 on here.
Stitch 2.
Stitch 2. That puts the needle in the middle. What it will pay you to do is leave a hole somewhere on the circle, because unfortunately you're going to have to turn it through. I did hate doing that. I had to hand sew it.
You have to do a little bit of hand sewing on that bit, yeah.
Yes. All right, so start any way you like on the circle, drop your needle down, and proceed in orderly fashion all the way around the edge of the circle. Okay. So all you've got to do is hit the line. And this could have been done with any size of circle you like. You could indeed experiment with possibly using not 1 piece of fabric or 2 pieces of fabric I've got here, but stitch 3 together. Again, you're looking at a principle. Right, so
I do love that about your books, Jenny. I do love that about your books because although there's lots of full projects, it's the techniques that for anybody who enjoys sort of going down a path, you're the mistress of like sending people off on a journey, or you can just make the projects as they are.
Yes, I think that this is why it would be so nice sometimes to have a masterclass and say, right, okay, you understand the basic premise, let's play with it.
Yeah.
And I think for some people, the books will give you, oh, I could go here. And other people, great, you just do that.
Yeah.
And hopefully it is simple enough. And if he hadn't pinched my scissors, I'd be a happy bunny.
You've got both, haven't you, in the book?
Yes.
Make it as it is, or you can do your own thing.
Once you've sewn all the way around there, then all you need to do is trim it back, and
I've got
someone's
some
nicked me rotary cutter.
ish.
Oh,
They're not the sharpest, but they're okay.
they're okay. Right, just cut hard back to that line. All right, so you wobble your way around.
Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Claire, thanks for joining us on the first day of 2026.
I know. Well, let's hope it's going to be a good year for everybody.
Absolutely.
A good, happy, healthy, and we might even be prosperous. You never know.
I know. I'll settle for lots and lots of kindness, lots of love in the world, and being nice to each other. That's my wish.
Yes.
For 2026. Let's be lovely to each other.
Right, when you have done that, you're going to turn it through the hole and poke the circle out, and that's where I would use a knitting needle, which is knocking around here somewhere. There we are. See, I would just put a knitting needle up there, or you could use a point turner or anything like that. Once you've turned it through, you are going to need to mend the hole, all right? Now, to make a 6-petaled flower, you will, strangely enough, need 6 circles.
Okay.
What I have done then is I've taken my 6 circles, which are all made from these 2 colours, is pressed them directly in half the other way, you know, at right angles to the seam. Open them out, and you now need to draw a 60-degree triangle. Now, you might have a 60-degree triangle, or you might be lucky enough to have this particular ruler, which has got a 60-degree line on it, or you might have one of the other rulers that's got a 60-degree line on it.
Well, that 15.5-inch square has the 60-degree line.
It does indeed.
Yeah.
You could put that on there. Only slight problem is, I'll tell you, is I had forgotten the lines on the ruler are red. And what colour is the fabric?
Ah,
red.
It's red, Jenny.
Yes, you see. So it's very hard for you to see me put the 60-degree line there on the fabric. So 60-degree goes down the middle and you draw a line one side. Then you move the ruler, put the 60-degree line there and draw a line the other side. So we have a 60-degree line drawn on the fabric. Okay, you need only do this 3 times.
Gotcha.
Because what's going to happen is there's 1, 2, 3 of them. And you take one of these, put it right sides together, making sure you match the colours. Okay, so grey to grey. And then I'm going to sew down the right-hand side only. Now, I would tend to start in a bit, reverse the machine. So on this machine, it's easy to reverse. You just hit that button there. So right the way to the bottom. I'm just going to make my stitch length longer because it's going to be done very roughly so that you can see what happens. And then at the bottom, I will go back a little bit. Pick up the next one. You're going to put them right sides together. Make sure you match the colour underneath. And you're sewing down the right-hand side only.
Okay.
Okay, because you sew down the left-hand side, you'll end up with a little bag.
Which might be nice.
Yes,
Not
you
what
see.
you were planning on making.
No. Right, and get the
We all
last
love
one.
your ring, by the way. It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Peridot?
It is a peridot. It was from my late husband. It came from New York.
It's very beautiful.
And I think I'd obviously been particularly good that year, or something like that. Been nice to him. And the poor man sitting up there on a cloud looking at me. Wondering what I'm up to now. Okay, having sewn down the right-hand side of all of them, please don't sew the left-hand side, and of course you'll cut the threads off wonderfully carefully. We now take the sets of 2, which are now joined together, and we join them together on the other side.
Gotcha.
All right, so make sure you get the colours together in the right place.
Are you winning so far?
No, I'm not.
Oh, got to unpick. Give me one to unpick.
Hang on, wait a second. That's got that one the wrong way round. You see, I drew the line the wrong way.
Ah.
Yes, silly me. Yes, you can unpick.
Yeah,
There you are.
yeah.
Unpick.
Yeah, can I borrow you?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, when you've made sure you've got them all going the right way, we're now going to join them on the other side, so she reasserting herself. Make sure you line the little lines up. you see, this is because I was rude about my husband. You see, he's sitting there on a cloud saying, right, we'll get her.
Just remembered, our Jenny is on the box today. Happy New Year to you and all in the studio, seen and unseen. See you tomorrow, Deb. Oh, thanks, Deb.
Oh, thank you, Deb, yes.
I do always like to
She's one of my
give the
victims.
unseen a moment. Nearly there, Jenny.
I thought I'd drawn the line so carefully. Dear, it's that being woken up at midnight with the fireworks from next door. And I'll probably have to go and pick all the fireworks out of my garden as well later.
Wow, there we go. That's all.
It. Lovely job.
That's all unpicked. There's still a little bit of thread
that's
there,
absolutely fine. Right, OK, we now need to redraw the line the other way
Okey-doke.
around. Not a problem. Right, there's a 60-degree line there. Who's nicked me pencil?
While Jen is doing that, I just want to remind you that this is all from Jenny's fabulous book, Material Magic. 14 different projects, oodles of techniques. Make everything as is if you want, but equally use this as a springboard to dive into your own creativity. Imagine all the different places you could take these techniques to.
The bowls are particularly good. Just interrupting, those bowls that are in there, they work really well.
Love those ideas. Yeah,
Yes.
I love that idea. I love that
And
idea.
if you're going to have to send somebody something, you can squish it. And the Japanese folded makes a rather nice box. If you go to the Japanese folded chapter, that will show you a rather nice box.
Absolutely lovely. These are cute. Bit of fussy cutting there. So many different ideas, all in one book for £9.95. It's brilliant value. It will keep you busy all year and beyond, I am certain. Maria's got in touch. Happy New Year. Gorgeous Stuart and Jenny. I watched both of your videos, the most fantastic teachers. I'm self-taught and helped by both of you. Thank you. That's lovely, Maria. Thank you. I mean, I'm mostly self-taught too. Are you, Jenny?
Yes, ditto.
You sort of learned by doing, trying, failing, trying again.
Totally, yes. I think sometimes the best things come out of that because you learn and think, hey, hang on. And then, of course, you've got to think, what can I do with it? Where can I go with it? And also...
Well, at home, I bet you would have thought, right, I've sewn this one upside down. What happens if I do one up, one down, one up, one down? What does that make?
You're so right.
Is that
there,
your
Stuart.
process?
Yes.
I thought
Okay.
it might be.
Once you've got it to this stage, you've got all these little flaps here, OK? You won't have all these dangly threads because you'll have been ever so neat and tidy and you wouldn't have done it 95 miles an hour badly. OK, these flaps then flop over there. Where's the pins gone to? Why is it I can never work in a nice, tidy state? Why does Stuart pinch the pins?
Because it's not in your nature,
No,
Jenny.
it isn't. You should see the floor. And they go over there, and they go over there, and now you can begin to see how it's beginning to work. Look. And then when we've anchored them, if you anchor them here and here, you can roll these bits back and that little bit back, and that gives you that secondary flower.
Fabulous.
And if you didn't want it that size, you could make it this size. You could put it onto your cushion front if you wanted to. You can do exactly the same thing with 8 circles. The only difference with 8 circles is you mark it out at 45 degrees, because strangely enough, 8 times 45 makes
360.
360, just as 6 times 60 makes 360.
360.
That's right, does that as well. So as you can see, it's really simple. It depends on how you put the colours down. Because
Jenny, you turned me into my 5-year-old self being asked what 4 times 3. Well, I don't know. I need the toilet.
And all this one is, which could be the lid of a box, is bringing another side of the circle in, anchoring it down and rolling those bits back. So the possibilities with this idea are tremendous. The possibilities with the ideas in the book are tremendous. From pots to Japanese folded to you name it, to a quilt, it's all there.
Get the book. Get the book. £9.95. Incredible. There's over 50 of you with this in your basket. Check out. Check out. If you already do patchwork and quilting, this is something totally different, isn't it? Really will take you in different directions. Get you using some of those lines on your ruler that we all just ignore most of the time.
Or we go and buy another template when probably you don't need it. Just use the lines on the ruler.
Yeah, yeah. Although, having said that, Jenny, in your next hour, you're introducing us to 3 genius rulers that you love so much.
Yes,
You've
but
written
then the
a whole
lines
booklet.
for those aren't necessarily on the ruler.
No.
You can't do a hexagon from
Right.
this, you see, and you can't do a half square triangle with a seam allowance added on. But you can do a 60 and you can do a 45 degree.
Yeah.
So, you know, the angle, the degree lines are on your ruler, but not necessarily the seam allowances.
Yeah.
So watch the next hour after Stuart's done that incredible thing with those fabrics that you're going to do at 10 o'clock.
I mean, let's see. We've got that PU bundle after the break. I know lots of you are waiting for that. Yeah, we'll finish then on the 15.5-inch square ruler. Jenny and I are in total agreement. Once you've got your 6x24 ruler, this is your next natural step. Get a big square ruler. They're so useful. You'll never regret buying one. And $23.99 for so easy. They're great quality, but at a really affordable price. Do check out on Jenny's fabulous book, Material Magic. It's one of many that she's written. They're all jam-packed with inspiration and projects. And also, of course, a brand new pattern, the bag with no handles. It's a pattern, a bag, a pop group, and a hit record. Maybe 2026, we'll see.
The bag with no handles.
Jenny and the Raymonts, here they are. We'll see you after the break. I'll see you at 11 o'clock.
You will indeed.
And I'll see you after the break.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
A 10 o'clock special time, 10 o'clock special time. We've been waiting for it. It's this fab... Oh, you all right, Finn? I thought you'd passed out with excitement. It's our mega bundle of PU. I think this is pretty much every colour we do. This is a bag maker's dream come true. Absolutely glorious. Do you know, I thought I knew PU until I started here at SewingStreet. It is soft, it is pliable, it is easy to sew. It has a beautiful structure, but equally, it has a beautiful drape to it as well. So if you want to make something like a Bloomsbury bag with this, where there are pleats, it is soft and drapeable enough that those pleats look fabulous, and it's also extra wide. I mean, just look at that, extra wide, so you get a lot of bag for every ½ metre. Now, you're getting 14 ½ metres in this bundle, and these are wide ½ metres, so the actual square footage is massive, and that's official. Metallic green, metallic blue, soft gold, true gold, pillar box red, soft pink, deep espresso brown, a merlot black, navy, white, tan, black, elephant and navy. That is black, I was right earlier on, you know. There's a matte black and a shiny black. Yes, there is a navy as well. Right, okay, let's do the price. Already, loads of you checking out your baskets on these. 111.86, we're about to, let's take it down. Let's go under 100, thank you. Let's go under 100. I think that's a brilliant price. What's our ½ metre price? Hannah, now. It's going to be really good. £7.14. Can we, I mean, I'd love it if it was under £7 per metre. No, do it. Mate, that's the one. 94.99. Thank you. So now 94.99 divided by 14. That's what I wanted. I just wanted it under £7. It seemed very like, oh, over. No, let's go under. And look, so £6.74. Is that right? £6.78 for that. I feel like Nanette Newman. We made this many bags with that fabric, and this many bags with this. It's huge. I reckon, very unscientific, but I have made a lot of bags in my time. I reckon I could get my everyday messenger bag from Bags for Life out of half of this. So that means 28 messenger bags from this bundle. Now, Hannah, can you do 94.99 divided by 28, please? £3.39 for the fabric for the outer bag, for a messenger bag. Add your lining. It might be a plain cotton, it might be a calico, something like that. We're in our low teens now of bundles. They're flying out. I'm just thinking, all of you that make and sell bags, this is where the profit is, because that bag then ends up, your fabric cost at under £4 for your outer, for a PU, for a faux leather bag. This means now that if you sell your bag for £20, £25, this is really the chance to make profit. I've got low single figures left. 7 left. There are 7 bundles left. More in baskets than we have. This is such a deal. And this is your special because it's the first day of 2026. This is very special. This is like having a very, very special extra early bird. I'm thrilled that we've got this on the hour. If you've never made a bag before and you want to dive in, PU is beautiful to sew with. 2 bundles left. You don't need a leather needle. Don't use a leather needle. Just a regular universal needle. Absolutely great. That bundle has sold out. Young Finn, please take it away. I will. Very well done. If you manage to get hold of that, that is a beautiful, beautiful bundle. Thank you, Finn. Now, I just want to remind you, 1:30, I've got another special deal. Big shout out to Finn, by the way, for the fanning. What a lovely job. I'm not responsible for this. Gorgeous. Look at these. Look at these. 1/2 metre of each. This is really wide. This is 150 centimetres wide. All the neutrals, fashion colours too. Absolutely beautiful. It's already a great price. We're going lower. That's at past. That's at past. Now, we've got some lovely fabrics for bag making. Hannah, I shouldn't normally do this, but can we start with the faux suede? Because I tell you what, you wanted to. It's such a good price, and I've never seen faux suede on air before. These are the colours, black, deep chocolate brown and ivory. Beautiful. This would be my favourite. This would be my instant go-to, because that, with denim, it is soft enough and flexible enough that if you wanted to make fringing, for example, to insert in a seam, it's not going to fray, but equally it would be easy to cut, roll up, to make a tassel, things like that. You could easily make covered piping cord out of this. Now, great for dressmaking, and imagine a faux suede skirt or jacket or something like that, a waistcoat or quilted coat. Beautiful. Beautiful, but also for bag making as well. Now, this is a soft flexible fabric. So you're definitely going to want to fuse this to a medium interfacing for bag making, maybe, or the firm sew-in. We had these earlier on at 8 o'clock. You could fuse this to foam, something like Style Fix or Bosel in our form, yeah? But beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And I would use this with denim in a heartbeat, with quilt weight cotton, with cork, with cotton canvas. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Also, you could use this to create, you know, on some really posh bags, on the bottom edges, on the corners, they have those sort of quarter circle, top stitch, kind of reinforced corners. Imagine that, you know, imagine doing something like binding your zip in this. And because it's a lovely, soft, flexible fabric, you can create a binding without it being bulky at all. That's multiple layers and it's still soft and flexible. So this is almost like a quilt weight cotton weight. Now I'm going to let you know how much we've got. I've got 23 metres of this left. There's nearly 35 of you with it in your basket. I doubt many of you are only buying half a metre. It's £3.99. It's a lovely wide fabric. So half, 150 centimetres rather. Meters, not meters. I'm a giant, that's my wingspan. But at £3.99, I just couldn't miss the bargain, and I would use this 100 times over. I'd like to think there was a bit of something of this left that I could have, because I'd love to use it for a bag, but there won't be. If you've got make 100 bags, it's our early bird today. The bindle in this, absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Bindle is, so I wanted to do a different hobo. There's a hobo bag in Bags for Life, and I wanted to do a different kind of hobo bag, but I didn't want to call it a hobo again. So hobo, obviously a kind of travelling person in this country. In Australia, the bag on the end of the stick is called a bindle. So I thought, bindle, that's a cute name for a bag. 2.5 metres back. It's the bag on the stick that was it Dick Whittington had travelling to London. It's a bindle. There's 2.5 metres of this fabric left. There's 2.5 metres left. Can I, at the very least, have this ½ metre to take home and make a bag? It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. The black faux suede has sold out. Well done. The cream, but again, how gorgeous is that? Now, do you know what? Because this has got, it's almost like a sateen back to it. Isn't that lovely? Love that. Actually, you could really use that in dressmaking, couldn't you, to do both, to have both, because the contrast between the sort of shiny lining side and the matte suede, faux suede, is gorgeous. Because it's so soft and flexible, you could make a dress out of this. A faux suede dress would be, oh, I mean, really lovely. Really lovely. But again, bag making, absolutely perfect. And you know what? Even if you didn't want to make the whole bag out of it, you know, like Jenny's bag with no handles, where you've got that binding all the way around it. Faux suede binding, just that. Whatever you've used for the rest of the fabric, that faux suede, just a luxurious, classy touch to the bag. If you've got Hayley West's shacket pattern, I mean, really, faux suede shacket in ivory, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I have only got very, very limited stocks of this left now. And seeing the numbers drop down, I think a number of you now are thinking like I am, shacket, dress, skirt. You could also use this for light upholstery. Some cushions would be fab. Do you know what? You could use this in quilting. I think where you'd have to just think is you're mixing your fibres, because this will be a polyester, right? Yeah. So you're mixing cotton and polyester together, which is something everyone did in the 1970s without even thinking. You know, if it was fabric and it was the right sort of weight, it went in the quilt, you know. Yeah, but definitely, I think it would be gorgeous to use. Love that. Why have I never seen this fabric before? Well done if you managed to get hold of some. I thought I missed out on the PU bundle, but I just managed to bag one. See what I did there? Happy New Year to all. Michelle, love it. That can go in the book. Right, let's just don't forget. Oh, it's not now. Half past. The canvas bundle. It's not available on pre-order. Oh, Hannah, this is like when they announce the train at King's Cross 2 minutes before it leaves, and they don't tell you the platform, so everyone has to run. No, I haven't been there when they say don't run, but I mean, of course people have to. But you cannot order this on pre-order. You have to wait until it's released at 10:30, which is just another 10 minutes or so. Half a metre of each of these 150 centimetre wide cotton canvases. They're already fabulous value. This is our New Year's Day special. Love that. Now, next up, mesh. Absolutely superb for adding mesh pockets to bags. Navy, let's go navy. Let's go navy. This will mix with almost anything, won't it? And this is by Annie. And if you haven't heard of by Annie, where have you been? I've never seen navy before. She's a brilliant bag designer and maker. She uses a lot of mesh fabrics. I'm just going to grab, actually, that bit of faux suede back, because I think the mesh will show rather clearly. There we go. Look at that. So mesh pockets inside bags. Do you know what? The first time I used mesh, I thought, oh, it's going to be a nightmare. I bet it stretches in all directions. It barely stretches. It barely stretches at all when you're working with it. But actually, the point of it is that when you put things inside, it kind of does give. When you sew it together, okay. Construction-wise, you want to use a stitch length of 2. Stitch length of 2. It'll be inserted in seams. Typically, what we do with the top of a pocket, if the mesh goes right to the top, is a binding. So I'd probably go single fold binding. Quilt weight cotton, something like that. Faux suede, very nice. Faux leather, gorgeous. And you would bind the top. Also, what you can do with this is you can do zip pockets as well. So where you insert a zip either side. There, I might be inclined to do like a Hong Kong finish on the mesh and bind it with bias binding. And then because obviously it'll be visible through the mesh, but it'll make it look really smart. But it's gorgeous stuff. Like I say, if you've never worked with it, it's very easy to work with. This is what you get in the pack, by the way. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it really does add a very, very smart and classy additional finish to bags. Think of something like a rucksack or a picnic bag where it has a mesh pocket on the outside, maybe for your water bottle, that kind of thing. Or going to the beach, having a mesh bag with a drawstring that you can put things like your swimming kit in, just to kind of throw over your shoulder. Gym bags, even just things like bath time toys for kids, or things to take to the beach where the sand will just fall through the holes. Yeah, sewing room organizer. You could add mesh pockets to a sewing mat that kind of comes off the table and your sewing machine sits on. That works really well too. I'm giving you the contents of a new book here. I'm not really. Right, that's the navy, £7.99. Really worth getting. Let's do grey next. 18 inches by 54 inches. It's 100% polyester, so it kind of, if it does get wet, it dries in a heartbeat. This is your silvery grey. This would be very adaptable colour-wise. You could sort of use this with almost any colour, couldn't you? In that pewter. In that pewter. I like that. I believe the children are the pewter. Treat them well and let them lead the way. I love that song. That is a beautiful song. I've only got 7 packs left. £6.99. Is that less money than the navy? Why is it? Oh, okay, well. Sorry. I just noticed these things. Right, last colourway then is white. So I'm going to move that out of the way. Yeah, prices have risen. So we had this silvery pewter one in stock. This is the white. This is £7.49. There's your white mesh. Also in Bags for Life, there's a set of, excuse me, a set of produce bags for, because, a lot of supermarkets now have done away with plastic bags in the fruit and veg aisle, but I got rid of mine years ago. I take mesh bags to the supermarket. Mesh bag with a drawstring. I use Roman blind cord. The whole thing weighs almost nothing because you don't want to pay for a bag that you've taken, do you? And I put my fruit and veg in those and take them to the till. Delicates bag, yes, brilliant. Lingerie, things like that, delicates, absolutely, absolutely. That isn't what Hannah said in my ear, but lingerie. Right, there we go, there we go. That is the white. What's in your bag? Right, okay, keep going through for that. Shall we do? We can. Mold a canvas. Yes. Can we do this one first? Oh, okay. Well, let's do this one then. Am I allowed to do this one? Yes. I really got told. This is Moda. But this is cotton canvas. So this is 44 inches wide. I'll just hold that so you can see. Now I'm just going to grab my Bloomsbury bag pattern because don't you think it'd be lovely? You could make a Bloomsbury out of 1/2 metre. It's called Sunshine and Blue Skies. Love that. Beautiful. We'll give you the graphics for the bag pattern as well. You get the Bloomsbury bag, which has these lovely pleats across the top, lovely soft rounded shape. It's the kind of thing, once you've made 1 or 2, you'll be knocking these out in about 2 hours, start to finish. You could also patchwork them, borrow them, English paper piece. You also get a purse pattern as well, the Bedford, which follows a similar format. Not sure if you'd get it out of this wider width fabrics. You get them both out of 1/2 metre. Sarah, thanks for messaging in. Jokes and singing. We really are being treated today. Happy New Year, Stuart and Sewing Street crew. Happy New Year to you as well. I'm glad my singing didn't put you off. There we go. That's Blue Skies. Gorgeous, gorgeous from Moda. Lovely quality, vibrant colours. If you've never made a bag before, the Bloomsbury is a really good one to start with. And it looks terrific in PU, in cotton canvas. You can make it in quilt weight canvas, tapestry. Very versatile. This is lovely, bit different. This is like Andalusian or kind of Portuguese tiles. Andalusia. This is from the same collection. It's yummy. That's yummy. It's got that sort of stronger handle. It's still got a nice drape to it. You used to be able to do those pleats easily, but it's a little more robust than your regular quilt weight cotton. And then if you love those colours but you want floral, I have the perfect fabric. Again, Bloomsbury. Absolutely right. You see, this one, if you did my original hobo bag from Bags for Life, you could put your faux suede. It has a section around the bottom and a wide gusset that turns into the shoulder strap, a little bit like Jenny's bag. You could do that in the faux suede mixed with this. That would be lovely. And then I would use something like a yellow top stitch thread just to really pick up that colour there. It's all about mixing and matching your fabric. It's time for our special 10:30 special time. 10:30 special time. We needed Ollie, we needed a jingle at 7 o'clock this morning. Not now. I'll just sing the jingle. It's fine, young Ollie. Right. Right, here we go. You are getting so much for your money at £40 and 41 pence, but you're not paying that, you're paying this. That felt like waiting for Christmas. There we go. 35, 41. You're getting so much fabric. You've got 9 different colours here. And you've got black. You've got this, now it's somewhere between, actually I would call this indigo, because it's somewhere between blue and purple. Against the black, I think you can really see the purplish tones coming through. But it very much depends what it's up against, because up against blue, it's very much blue. Then you've got fabulous jade teal, really beautiful. Next up, absolutely stunning colour, this amethyst, soft plum shades. Now I've made Deputy Joan made and put into my hands a beautiful hobo bag using this and some William Morris fabric that we had, like a cotton canvas. Worked beautifully. The great thing about our cotton canvases, they will mix and match with modern fabrics, with traditional fabrics. These are your bread and butter. This is your ivory. We've also got like a seeded natural there. I hope you can see the contrast. It's perhaps a bit more obvious in the studio. But love those colours. Over half the stock has gone. We've got the soft silver. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then last of all, we've got that deep sort of pewter grey. A stunning selection. Now I'm going to open one of these up so you can see just how much fabric you're getting. They're all 100% cotton. The quality is beautiful. Ollie, come as close as you like. I just want you to have a look at how beautiful, smooth and even that is. Not this bundle, but if you wanted to make yourself something like a pair of dungarees or a smart jacket, you can get any of these by the half metre cut to order, and the quality is beautiful. £3.93 a half metre in the bundle. It's fab, isn't it? It's absolutely fantastic. These are your 9 colours. Mix and match. There's really something there to go with almost any fabric. You can use these to line a bag if you want to. I wouldn't bother interfacing it then if it's the lining. I usually interface a lining, but this is sturdy enough. and it'll help to add structure. But I think it's really beautiful to have on the outside of your fabric. Mix it with faux suede, mix it with faux leather, mix it with cotton canvas prints. Here's your 1/2 metre. Sorry, I said I'd show you. This is, my arms aren't long enough. There. There, Hannah. Are you happy now? It is a lot of fabric. It is a lot of fabric. Happy New Year. I've just spent my Chrissy money on your fabric bargains, and I'm so happy. Oh, Tracy, lovely. I think it's the nicest thing to do, to get yourself a gift. To get yourself a gift. Because I always do that. When I go Christmas shopping, the first present I buy is for me. One for me, one for Charlie. 1, 2 for me, 2 for Charlie. 1, 2, 3 for me, 3 for Charlie. And stop for lunch. But you know, like, I'm just going to pull out just the neutral. I mean, that dream, absolute dream. And then you've got these gorgeous fashion colours. That blue is gorgeous. It's such a lovely, bright, icy blue. It's fab. You know, you think, so if you'd gone for this one, this Moda, but then you add in some of this. Isn't that gorgeous? A little bit of that. You know, main body of the bag in this, you gusset and your shoulder strap in this. And also as well, it means then that you can use a more expensive fabric, maybe for the flap, maybe for the bit that you see, the front of the bag or a pocket, say. Then you use your really cost-effective fabrics for the majority of the bag. You've brought your cost per make down. And again, if it's for you, if it's for a gift, if you make and sell, it just helps to bring the cost of making down. If you were making something like a picnic quilt and you want a more robust backing for your quilt, these are really good. These are really good because they're sturdier. I wouldn't use them for a bed quilt because they're more structured and they might make the quilt not sort of drape as nicely. But if you're making a quilt, it's like a playmat, for example, or something that you're going to take to the beach or to the park and it's going to be you're lying on in the... Then I would definitely use the cotton canvas as the backing. This bundle's going to sell out. So many in baskets. Make sure you check out. That's our last special bundle, by the way, today. Hannah might do... Will you do more? Are you? Oh, if you tune back in on Sunday, Hannah's doing some special hours at 8 o'clock. And then guess the rest of the day. Okay. Can we do laminated fabrics? I've only got 2, but they're lovely. Floral. Oh, it's pretty. Look at that. I'll show you. Oh. This is laminated. So if you wanted something like... You could use this to line a bag. Okay, if you wanted it to be wipeable, so something like lunch bag, line lunch bag, picnic bag, nappy bag, baby bag, something like that. But also use it on the outside. But also use this for things like shower jackets, shower-proof jackets, I should say. I don't wear a jacket in the shower. Hats, anything like that. This is also lovely wide width as well. And £4.99 a half metre, that's a bargain. Swim bags, gym bags, him bags, her bags. That's that. What? Sunflowers. Sunflowers. No. Again, water repellent, PU. Right. Hannah's asked me very nicely if I'll do this fabric now, that she wouldn't let me show you earlier. I said no originally, but now I'll say yes. Oh, this is absolutely gorgeous. That is absolutely a bit of me. Look at the price as well, $3.99. Oh, that is beautiful. Cotton canvas. Again, cotton canvas, lovely and soft. Oh, that's really lovely. Do you know, I tell you what, that would be really nice in this, and I hope you agree. I think like almost like a tailored coat in that, a lady's tailored coat. Like if you're going to a wedding or dress or lovely function, I just think it's so beautiful and fresh and pretty. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Very nice for bag making too. The price is terrific, $3.99 a half metre. So you're $7.98 per metre. How many in baskets? Wow, nearly 40 of you have this in your basket. And I suspect that none of you are only buying half a metre. I suspect most of you are buying a metre, metre and a half. The thing is as well, remember, this is wide. This is 150 centimetres wide. You could make a lovely shacket out of that, couldn't you? Shacket would be lovely. I would say it's a bit thick for a shirt because it's a little thicker than quilt weight cotton. Noticeably thicker than quilt. And quilt weight cotton is about the maximum thickness that I would use for a shirt. But a shacket in a heartbeat, in a heartbeat. And they're really on trend now, aren't they? Shackets. Lots and lots in the shops. Gorgeous, that's really nice. Wow. Now, I'm just going to let you know, I've got less than 55 metres of that fabric left. There are over 60 of you with it in your basket. And I suspect you're all multi-buying, or the majority of you will be multi-buying. So that means that stock will be gone really quickly. Yes, yes. Let's do half a metre of vinyl. Now, I used vinyl quite a lot in Bags for Life. It's cut to order. This is 1/2 metre. You can just about see, can't you, how much you're getting? Do not ever worry about crease marks, because it will come folded. You might fold it. Don't worry about these crease marks. To get rid of them, all you do, iron your ironing board on its hottest setting, then lay this onto the warm ironing board, and you can just smooth it out, and the residual heat will flatten it. If there's anywhere that's more stubborn, put a book on top of it and let it cool, and the marks will be gone. Obviously, don't pin it. That's when you're going to use your quilter's clips when you're constructing your bag. If you're doing a pocket, maybe do something like a binding along the top edge. Same with mesh pockets, really. It's the same principle because you can see through it. But there's a lovely pattern in Bags for Life for a zippy project pouch, which is kind of part fabric and part see-through window, so you can see what you've got in there. And it's also lovely if you do something like a makeup roll or a tool roll to have some vinyl pockets so that you can see the contents. Very good for, you know, personal care, toiletries, tablets, wash bags, things like that. That's a ½ metre, £3.99. A little goes a long way. We've also got it in a fat quarter if you want. If you've never tried it before, or you think I don't make a lot of bags, so a little bit's enough. Here's a fat quarter. You still get loads. You still get loads. If you think about it, if you were making something like a wallet and you wanted a see-through pocket to put something like a bus pass in, library card, whatever, then you've got enough there to make probably 16, if not actually probably 32 of those out of a fat quarter. So a fat quarter is probably enough. All right, £1.49 for that. Can I have bags, make 100 bags back, please, by the way? Right, cork next, shall we? Are you all right with graphics, Anna? OK, we're still... Hannah's having a little glitch. It doesn't affect you at home, but Hannah's having a little gallery. A gallery. I was going to say itch then, glitch. Right, can we do the glamorous gold first? Because it's New Year's Day and I'm all about the glamour today. This again is really wide cork. I was having a chat with some ladies recently because one of them was wearing a beautiful cork bag and I thought she had made it. So I asked her about, you know, did you make your lovely bag? And she hadn't. And she was like, can you buy cork fabric? And I said, yeah. I said, she was like, is this real cork? It was her bag, you know, she didn't realise it was real cork. I think maybe she thought it was like a print or something. But this is real cork. I think, you know, she might have bought the bag in Portugal. I seem to remember she said that. This has got beautiful, fine gold veining. Can you see? It's subtle, but it's there. Now, treat this fabric like PU. It's pretty much the same way. It's a little bit firmer. But it's easy to sew. Universal needle is fine. Use a size 90 or 100. And it's beautiful for pouches, bags, totes. It adds a class to anything you make. We've also got kind of rainbow, sort of almost like paint splashes. How cool is that? Yeah, things like pencil cases. You could do something quite structural, like a cylinder to keep pencils in for your desk, like a desk tidy. I suspect... I think the vases in Material Magic could possibly be made out of cork. Yes. It doesn't act like patchwork fabric. It's not soft and flexible enough to do tucks and pleats and fold backs, you know, it'd be too bulky. But I think for something structural, baskets, boxes as well, it's gorgeous. And again, 150 centimetres wide. So you get a lot out of ½ metre. This is cut to order though, so if you want more, you can have it all in one piece. And then finally, the sort of, if you like, plain cork. It's fabulous, isn't it? And I was very intrigued by the fact that something that stoppers up my bottles of wine can also create flexible, soft fabric. Very clever, very clever. Gorgeous, that. Be quick, though. £8.99 ½ metre, and these fabrics are flying out. I'm thrilled because, you know, I love a bag, and I think you're all getting into the idea of bag making. Let's do this. This is the early bird today, would you believe? My brand new book, Make 100 Bags. It launched in September. And it contains, you can make 100 bags. You can make 100 bags for $15.99. Just going to wipe away the tears. It's fine. It's fine. No, it is fine. It is fine. Make 100 bags. It's a signed copy. You get all of your... Hello. That's... You'll keep, Hannah. You'll keep. All of the fabrics explained, interfacings, all of the markings you might use. SewingStreet were so supportive and wonderful over this book. They supplied me with all of the products I needed, everything for the photography. You'll recognise. We sell all of these, apart from my little Chinese dishes, which are out of my kitchen, which you can't buy. And then you've got all of your techniques that you know, your special techniques that you're going to use again and again in bag making. Patchwork techniques, English paper piecing, string piecing, borrow and improv quilting, all explained. And then we get into the projects. Now, there are 20 different bag patterns and each of them is made 5 ways. Just fabric, but I mean, it's never just fabric with me. It's got to be lovely fabric. And 4 patchwork techniques: English piecing, improv, borrow and string. I made 2 bags for every, so that I made 40 bags for this book, but I wasn't going to make 100, sorry. But what I did was I drew every bag how I would do it, my ideas for how I would use borrow or improv, and then we used a fashion illustrator. Normally she illustrates for Vogue and for Givenchy, and she's a really amazing fashion illustrator. My publishers really, you know, rolled it out for her. And she illustrated them so you could see how all 100 bags would look. Here's the essential day bag, improv, string, borrow, hexie. It just adds an extra dimension. I said to my publishers, I want people to be able to see all 100 bags. I don't want people to say, well, where are the 100 bags? Because I could have just said, well, you could do patchwork, couldn't you? Here's the pattern, you could do patchwork and leave it to you. But I wanted to make a patchwork bag. This is string piecing. And then I wanted to show you how the others might look. But I mean, like here where I've used the hexes here, it could be a strip down the centre, it could be 1, 2, 3 strips, it could be a diagonal band of patchwork with plain fabric either side. The entire bag could be made from hexes. I've done others where I've used small hexagons and big hexagons together. So it really is about taking ideas and mixing and matching them. It's a date, English piecing, improv. You see, that's the kind of thing you could make out of, out of denim or canvas. You don't just have to use quilt weight fabric. You can mix and match your fabrics. You absolutely can with something like this. The tourist bag's one of my favourites. This is just fabric. This is improv. This is hexes, borrow and string piecing. And one of the things I became rather obsessed with when I was doing string piecing, okay, here's the dash wallet. It clips to your belt loops, so it's always there on hand. So useful. Self edges. I became obsessed with using self edges instead of just strips of fabric. Don't throw them away. These are all William Morris. Every single one of these fabrics is William Morris. And some of the self edges, I just thought they were lovely. And even this one that just has the item number and seaweed something or other. I just thought, seaweed dots. I just thought, I love it. No, they're bits you'd throw away, aren't they? They're bits you'd throw away, so it's like cost neutral. It feels better than free. The bindle, one of my favourites. That's lovely Alice, who has been the art director on a number of my books, and I always make her model, and she hates it, but she's so kind and always does it. Oh gosh, let me just quickly go to the Yoga on the Beach bag, wherever it is. Oh, this is Sharma. Sharma was my editor for the book. She's gone to a different publishers now, sadly. Well, happily for them, but sadly. But Sharma was just wonderful to it. We worked together on Quilts from the Country and also Make 100 Bags. Alice, we worked together on Bags for Life. She actually models in Bags for Life as well, and Quilts from the Country, and also Make 100 Bags. I'm so lucky. I work with a very consistent team. My photographer, Rachel Whiting, she and I have done my last 5 books together, and she's all lined up to photograph my 7th book, which will be out this October. I can tell you a bit about it now. Anyway, keep going through for that. It's an absolutely bargain price. I do. I've got some William Morris tapestry. It was William Morris tapestry that actually prompted me to design the Bloomsbury bag. That's not in any of my books, by the way, the Bloomsbury. I don't have that tapestry here, but I did a version in this as well, on air. So if you go to launch, what was the launch date for Bloomsbury bag, please, Hannah? Because I think I demoed using this, the 24th of March, 2025. And if you also watch the what's the day after, the 26th, 25th? The 25th of March, I made the bag again in PU. Yeah. I think we had a guest cancel, and I was asked, could I do anything extra? And I said, you know what, I'd love to make this bag in PU. So we got some PUs, and that looked lovely, really lovely. So that's that one. It's called Summer Marigold. Beautiful. Great price as well, £8.49. You will get the Bloomsbury and the Bedford out of 1/2 metre. Yes, 1/2 metre. And then you need, obviously, your lining fabric. Next one, let's do this. This is gorgeous. Might I suggest, because the print is so large and so tempting to fussy cut, might I suggest you buy yourself a metre of this? Just because I would want to choose where to place my pattern pieces. You know? In fact, I might even do it the other way up so it looks like a heart. Do you see there? Yeah? So if you imagine the Bloomsbury bag would be kind of here. Yeah, so you'd centre it. So personally, I would get a metre of that one just because it's such a large print and you'd want to fussy cut that, really. You'll still have, you'll have loads left to make other things. The birds. The birds. Isn't that rich? It's so rich. And this kind of fabric, you don't need wadding, you don't need interfacing. There is plenty of structure in this fabric without needing any of those interfacings. One top tip, when you're working with tapestry, it does have a tendency to fray, okay? So what I would do, and I wouldn't normally recommend doing this with fabrics, but it's useful, is potentially to very quickly zigzag around the edges of your pieces, your pattern pieces, before you start making up your bag. If you're really quick and you just cut it out, fuse it, and get, or whatever you're doing, or cut it out and get on and make it, and you're not somebody that sort of handles your fabric a lot while you're making, you know what I mean? You don't need to do that. It's not essential, but try it out and see. But you know, it's not a fault of the fabric. It's how it's woven. Delicious. Again, it's a large print, so maybe get yourself a metre. Next one, honeysuckle. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Genuine William Morris. Again, big pattern, so possibly a metre. Even though you only need 1/2 metre for the bag, whenever you're fussy cutting, whenever you're trying to pattern match front and back, you know, that's when you want to buy extra fabric. It's the same in dressmaking. Possibly one of my favourites ever. This one for me, I just think is truly gorgeous. Truly gorgeous. Truly gorgeous, that. Such a beautiful, I love the chocolate brown background. And then the last one, oh, I'd make a Bloomsbury bag in that in a heartbeat. It's just crying out for it. It is crying out for it. Now that, even though that is a really big print, I don't think I would bother trying to pattern match or centre anything on that. I would just cut it out wherever. You might feel differently. Isn't that? Oh, buy a metre and make one of each. Oh, yes, Glynis, exactly. Morning, Stuart. Some of the tapestries are just as beautiful on the reverse side. Enjoying the show. Happy New Year to all the team. Happy New Year. Glynis, we all thought of that exactly at the same time. It's true. It's true. That's lush. Right. OK. Right, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, Jennie Rayment is back for a fabulous hour. We're doing beginner's patchwork, how to use your rulers. We've got 3 amazing rulers to share with you, and also brand new instructions from Jennie. You won't want to miss it.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
It's time for a masterclass. Jennie Raymont's back. Hey.
Hello, Stuart.
And
yes.
for anyone who hasn't already seen you this morning, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to all out there. Yes, have you just got up after having had a really late night?
Jennie was awake half the night with fireworks. Yeah. Yes. And you know what? You are our first guest of the year on SewingStreet.
Wow, you know, I've not thought about that. And you are the first presenter on
Well, that's
SewingStreet.
true too.
So
That's the kind of thing that goes in history books.
Yes, in 2026, Stuart Hillard presented SewingStreet with his companion, Jennie Rayment.
Yeah.
They stood there and presented the shows. But well done, see?
Here we are.
Yep.
Now, apologies, by the way, I left the iPad over here, so everyone who's messaged in the last hour, I'm so sorry. We'll try and get to your messages, but I've read them all. Right, so this hour,
Yes.
we're really focusing in on a brand new set of instructions from Jennie called Beginning Patchwork. Patchwork for beginners. Jennie, I think this is so much more than just for beginners. I think this is for everyone who does patchwork and quilting, because I think often the fundamentals get left behind and then we are too embarrassed to say,
Yep.
well, I've never really understood how to use them.
Yep.
And no one wants to ask that in class.
No.
So much in this booklet. You've got loads of different patchwork patterns, loads of different instructions. We've got how to do hexagons, how to use the lines on our ruler. This is important stuff.
I think so. Well, it's having seen these rulers, and they're easy rulers to use, but a few words will help, because we all want sometimes start a new hobby, and there'll be those who are sitting here and think, oh, well, she's just going to blather on about this, that, and t'other me. Yes, for you, you can go and sit and make a cup of tea, but if you're thinking about something different, be aware that the patchwork and quilting world, you're making something for the home, you're making something for someone you care about. It's not going to get thrown away, it's going to last, and it'll be there forever as an heirloom. Maybe it'll get passed down. And also, you don't have to be perfect. All right? I think the quilt police have got too many people by the scruff of the neck. Oh, you've got to do this, and oh, you've got... No, you haven't. As long as it is suitable for the job for which it's intended, that is absolutely fine. If you're going to enter it into an exhibition, that's something very different.
Yeah.
But enjoy the journey. And you know, whether you make quilts, whether you make bags, whether you make cushions, table runners, whether you just make something very small, enjoy the journey and just play. And don't worry about the colours. It's your choice of colours. Does it matter? No, enjoy it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree. And if you are aiming for perfection, well, that is when you can start listening to those, you know, and really focusing on them.
Yes.
But to start with, just enjoy the process. Now, Jenny's written these instructions with 3 particular rulers in mind. If I start with the rectangular one, just because this one, any rectangular ruler would work,
Yes. Yep.
but this one has some particular features which we'll talk about, which is really useful. And just from my point of view, a small, like, utility ruler, which is what I would call this,
yes.
but a smaller one is wonderful if you're into using fat quarters, fat eighths, or scraps.
Yes.
Smaller ruler, easier to use.
And it's much easier to store. And if you've only got small working surface today, we live in very small houses, and sometimes you just don't have the area for a
Right.
big one. This is a great take to class, working in a small area. It's just ideal. It's got all the lines on it. It's got your eighths on it. It's got the amazing holes on it, which you really want to know.
Yes, I want to know why it's got slots cut out of it. But we'll get to that in a second. It's £18.49. Can you see there are slots cut? For a very important reason, I am sure, but also just a really, really useful size and shape. These are flying out, absolutely flying out. If you've already got your 6x24 ruler, this is a fantastic addition. It's still a utility ruler. You're probably going to find you use this just as much as the big ruler.
I think so, almost more, because, you know, once you've used the big ruler and cut perhaps the big piece, that you can put it to one side, and you're not going to have the problem of it digging you in the ribs when you're trying to manoeuvre with it. It's just the 4.5 inches is just an easy go-to size. It fits in your bag. It's 14 inches long. It fits a piece of fabric folded in 4. It fits a fat quarter folded in half. It's got everything on it, including the lines that you so need for doing your 45, your 60, or your 30 degrees. Both ends. You don't spend ages turning the thing upside down and round and round.
Brilliant. Yeah,
And it has
I
an
think it's
added
great.
feature.
I think it's great, yeah. 4.5 inches wide, 14 inches in length. I think it's well worth getting that. Loads in baskets. Loads in baskets. Right, the second
Well, hang
ruler.
on, pause. What about the holes? You haven't asked about the
Oh, no, I
holes.
haven't. I was going to go through the 3 rulers.
No,
when we go
no.
to demo, I'll ask you about that.
All right, you
Yeah.
have to wait to hear about the
Yes.
holes. Keep watching.
Right, next up, we've got the Star and Geese patchwork ruler. I'm very keen on rulers like this for half square and quarter square triangles.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. And like
£12.99.
One of the nice things about this is 2 tools in one. And it adds your seam allowance on, and it does make life remarkably easy. I would not be without one of these rulers, because I can do my half squares with one end, and I can do my quarter squares with the entire triangle. It's a very simple one to be aware of. It also saves you a whole 3/8 of an inch on every single strip you cut out.
I was just
because
going to ask
of the
you that.
flat bit, you see.
So if you're doing 2-inch finished half square triangles, is it a 2.5-inch strip?
Correct. You see,
Brilliant.
instead of
Love
2
it.
7/8.
Yep.
And
Brilliant.
believe you me, if you're doing a lot of them, that extra 3/8 of an inch, and you know, every second counts, actually adds up to quite a lot of fabric.
It does. Well, it also means that you can make 2-inch finished half square triangles from a jelly roll strip.
Correct.
Which you can't the 7/8 of an inch.
No, that brilliant idea, that. And what's more, you've got one less dog ear to have to cut off.
I think for many, many reasons, we love this ruler and we recommend it. I've not seen this one before, but I have really, really promoted the Creative Grids version, really because you only cut whole inch or half inch. It's so easy. But the Creative Grids one is significantly more expensive. It's a great ruler. It's a fantastic ruler, but it's significantly more expensive. This is a very, very affordable version. Okay, that's super. The third template ruler that Jenny's used and included in her beginning patchwork is the patchwork hexagon. Sorry, beg your pardon. £6.99?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Well, you've got multi-sizes on it, you see. And so many people, when they're beginning patchwork, want a hexagon. And whether you cut paper out of it or whether you cut fabric out of it, you've got all those different sizes. It's very simple to use. So the world of hexagons is suddenly opened up to you. Which
Love that.
You can't do with the rulers.
I love that. I love that. I love hexagons. And you teach us how to sew them.
Yes, and you've got hexagons in your 100 bags.
Indeed you do.
There you are, you see. So if you've got the hexagon ruler, you can cut out the hexagons to make that bag that featured the hexagons on it.
Yeah. If I can do it with a rotary cutter, I can cut 2 or 3 layers of fabric at a time. It's quicker.
Yep.
It's easier. And it's more accurate. Zahida says, good morning, Stuart, and Happy New Year, Sewing Street team. Happy New Year to you too. Right, $6.99 for that. I think it's an absolute bargain. It's a hexagon. It's a hexagon. Instructions. Physical first. Beginning patchwork. Useful top tips. These work in conjunction with your rulers. Log cabin. 2 patterns there already. Squares. Got this gorgeous.
Well, that's trying to get people to understand the seam allowance, because if the squares don't fit, there's something up with your seam allowance.
Exactly.
You see, so it's building on learning all the time, which is why I did the blocks.
Don't fudge it, fix it.
Fix it, absolutely.
Single Irish chain. Love that. Amish star. Dutchman's puzzle. Pieced star. There's a lot in this. Hexagons. There's a lot. Isn't there for $9.99? Terrific. Terrific. Jenny. Oh, digital. 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 There we go. Digital. Jenny.
Yes.
Why are there slots? Now, go.
Right, the reason why there are slots is the slots are a 1/4 of an inch away from that line.
Okay.
So if you wanted to do a 1/4 of an inch to check your hand sewing, you put the ruler so that the red line is running along the edge of your fabric. You take a pencil, you insert it into the slot, and you can draw yourself a 1/4 of an inch line.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, the hexagons, do you mark your seams so that when you know where to...
You could if you wanted to.
You could.
And so it's a really useful thing, that to have that little slot, and your pencil just fits in there and you can mark down it, and then you know you're accurate. It's also useful for perhaps checking on the sewing machine, because maybe you don't have a patchwork foot, maybe you can't move the needle. You can at least draw the seam allowance on it and then see where on your presser foot actually your 1/4 of an inch comes, because sadly, whether you like it or not, 1/4 of an inch is rather important.
It is.
Yes.
Could you use that as well? If you were doing the like 7/8 inch, so either side of the line, could you mark your sewing lines with those slots too?
Yes.
I think it's a really useful
Not a
addition.
problem. So you simply draw the line across the square of fabric, and then you put your 1/4 of an inch on one side, draw it, turn it around 1/4 of an inch on the other side.
Yeah.
Draw it. So
Great.
that would make for accuracy. And sadly, you know, in the patchwork world, we've got to be sometimes, and this is picky pants and watch your points. You see, so you know, sadly, if you want things to fit.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. You know, if you get the fundamentals right, then the whole process is plain sailing and enjoyable.
Yep.
If you cut corners or get something wrong early on, you will pay for it later. So it pays to get the fundamentals.
I think, and it's a satisfaction. We all like, I mean, one of the nice things about the patchwork world is it's so good for the brain, because you're creating order out of chaos, and we like that. You're also very often doing things in a circle, the sort of continuum, the sort of the life circle, which again is very good for the brain. There've been various
Deep.
PDFs.
Philosophical.
Yes. Oh, yes. Katie Maschini in the States wrote huge amounts of PDFs, I often call them She did a PhD on that sort of thing,
Did
on
she?
how good it is for the brain.
Interesting.
So, you know, you are doing yourself good. It's as good as doing crosswords, and you end up with something proper.
You do.
Right. Could I have a rotary cutter, please?
You certainly can. I'll very quickly show you the rotary cutter before I pass it to Jenny. It's the Hemline Gold. It's gorgeous. Matte black handle. Can you see the blade is gold coloured? 45 mil. It's a trigger. squeezing the trigger pulls the guard back. So when you let go, it's re-guarded. It's a lovely, safe rotary cutter, this. £21.99. Christine has messaged in
Thank you.
to say Happy New Year to the lovely Sewing Street team. The house is looking bare as all the decorations are away now, but I am watching Sewing Street to cheer myself up. Ah, and well, Happy New Year to you too. Mo's message too. Happy New Year, handsome and lovely Jenny and crew.
Thank you.
Handsome,
Thank you,
lovely
everybody.
crew.
Right, just to continue talking about this rotary cutter also has a little rest on it, so it will stand upright when you put it down there. And you don't need to do anything like lock anything at all, because as soon as you just apply pressure, the guard comes back here and it cuts. As you can see there, I just cut through the paper. All right? So, and then you can rest it and it's all ready to grab again. If I just turn it that way, you can see the little stand it sits on. So please don't lock it with the blade open. That's a complete and utter no-no. The time when you lock this is when you're travelling, lock the blade, then that guard will not slide back and you cannot catch your fingers on that extremely sharp blade.
Jenny, pet peeve of mine when I'm teaching, walking around, seeing blades open.
Yes. I
Don't
have two
like
cuts
it.
on my arm where students have turned around with the cutter in their hand and caught my arm. One was in America, actually, and I was bleeding slightly. And I said, oh, it's not blue, the blood. And they didn't quite understand what the reference to royalty was, but never mind.
They're too busy working out how much insurance it was going to cost when you sued them.
So great little cutter, wonderful little blade. Only lock it when you're going to go home. You can rest it upright. It's there, ready to grab.
Fab.
All right. Okay, so when it comes to beginning patchwork, you're going to be starting off with fabric, and we do have a whole load of different fat quarters on the show. The fabric then needs to be pressed, and I would open it out and press all the creases out. And we've had this again on previous shows. Something like Best Press is excellent for getting out the creases.
Do you like
the
Best
bold
Press?
Creases. Yes, I do.
Me too.
It comes in flavours now, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Don't drink it, smell it. Don't
No,
drink it.
quite. You can enjoy a sort of good waft of Best Press. Now, when it comes to using this particular ruler, I would ideally press my fabric. So just let me give this a very quick flatten with the iron.
I'll just lay out that fabric bundle that Jenny's using.
It's a lovely fabric bundle.
This is delicious. Look at that. Lovely. Really nice.
So having given it a quick flatten with the iron, I would initially fold my fabric in half and bring the selvage across to line up with the centre cutting line there. If you're using a larger piece of fabric, I'd fold it in half and then bring the fold to the selvages. That will at least give you a smaller area to actually wobble your way across, not that you're going to wobble with this particular ruler. I am right-handed, so the ruler goes on top of the fabric, and you want to slide it as near to that edge as possible. And it's at this stage, you don't want to have the hexagon underneath it either, it's at this stage then, when I'm not worrying about the lines on the cutting mat, I'm looking at the relationship between the fabric and the ruler. Is it parallel there? Is it parallel there? Yes, it is. You want to save as much fabric as possible. Slide it up to there, and then just literally push away from you. Nobody ever pulls it towards them, do they? Trim one little bit off. Now, being right-handed, what I will now do is turn the fabric over, and I will cut from this, and I'm going to cut a 3.5-inch strip, and you'll see why in a minute. If I wanted to cut a 1-inch strip, I bring the ruler in 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, 3.5 inches, and then I would cut. And that will give you an accurate cut. The edge of the ruler, that line on the ruler, is lying on that neatly trimmed edge of fabric. Guard off your cutter, and you just push up.
Jenny, I'm being devil's advocate now.
Yes.
I know the answer, but why wouldn't you just count squares on the mat and cut with that?
I think it's a very good thing, and I was going to show exactly that too. Okay,
No, but I mean, I never do.
No. Well, let's look at it that way.
But I know some people that do, and I always say don't.
Right. Okay.
I wonder what your thoughts are.
My thoughts are exactly yours. Right, we're going to do as Stuart said. Again, I'm right-handed, so I've trimmed the edge off, absolutely fine. Okay, I'm going to count squares, right? I want 3.5. 1, 2, 3.5. Okay, if I put the ruler like that, oh yes, it's on the 1/2-inch line there.
Okay.
Now, Actually, I'm going to only cut a 1.5 because I don't want to waste fabric.
Okay,
You
fair
will
enough.
see in a minute. So 1.5. Right, now this is really expensive fabric. I'm now going to cut. Oh no!
Oh, Jenny.
Look what I've done. I've just ruined that entire piece of highly expensive fabric. This was for someone's wedding dress. It was the last piece of silk. Oh my goodness me. Oh dear. Had you done what I suggested, is flip the fabric over, bring the ruler in, and let's do another 1.5 inch bit. The ruler is now protecting that fabric.
Yeah.
Should I inadvertently do that, all I have to do now is retrim to the edge of the ruler, and I've still got my strip.
Yeah.
That could have been 6.5 inches, it could have been a much wider one.
Yeah.
I can now trim this off again and start again. Right-handed people might remember this, because once you trim the end, if you have the fabric with an R on the right, the ruler, it has an L in it, comes in from the left. Now, left-handed people, if you're left-handed, you would have, and I can't do this, I can only demonstrate it because I'm not strong enough in my left hand, is you would have put the fabric out like that, you would have cut along the edge there, then you would have turned the fabric round that way and brought the ruler in from this side and again cut along there.
Yeah.
All right, so that would be for left-handed people.
Yeah.
So this ruler will cut your strips. Now, would you, if you want to cut a square, okay, you can cut squares with it, no problem at all. If you're going to cut a square, the easiest way to do it is to put the ruler on a corner and cut yourself a right angle. So there is a right angle. I didn't quite push that firmly enough. There we are.
Oh, good message from Derek. He says, oh, I fancy that ruler, this one, for, now, Derek's really a dressmaker, makes a lot of shirts, for accurate top stitching in the front placket on a shirt, being able to mark through the slots. It's
brilliant. Oh, yes, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
Not being, no, what a good
multiple
idea.
uses.
Super.
Yeah.
Well done, Derek. Thank
And maybe
you, Derek.
even, I don't know, what do you think about buttonhole placement on the placket as well?
Yeah, could do, because you can use the lines. Yeah, absolutely. You just put a dot.
Bridget's got a question for you.
Go on.
Loving the shows today. Can I ask why Jenny did not cut with the fold line at the top? So when you were cutting the fabric, you'd got the selve edges at the top and the fold was at the bottom.
No, just
doesn't make any difference, does it?
At all. Just haven't been that way round, Bridget.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You got to line your ruler up with one or both, preferably both.
with both edges. So whether you have the selvage here or the selvage here makes no difference whatsoever.
I tend to turn the board around, so I cut one way with the selve edge at the bottom,
and
and
turn
then
it
next time it's at the top.
She has brought up an interesting point, though, because what can sometimes happen is when you are cutting a larger piece of fabric, is that as you get towards the fold, suppose you've taken the full width across the material and you folded it in half and in half again, what can happen is as you cut across it, when you get to the end here, you get a funny nick, V in it, because you wobble. The answer to that is, let me just do this very quickly, is, right, imagine this is a much bigger piece of fabric. So you're going to cut your whatever size strip off it you happen to fancy. Let's go for 2 inches. There's my 2-inch strip. So on my considerably larger piece of fabric, I would start cutting at the edge and I'd move my hand up as I went so that when you get to the very edge of the fabric, be it the fold or the selvage's end, you're maintaining the pressure on the ruler and you will not get a funny little wobbly bit. But it's trying to keep the pressure totally straight on the ruler will give you a completely straight band.
Now, that ruler, particularly, if you're getting the instructions, is going to be particularly useful for making things like the rail fence blocks, strips and squares, the log cabin block, squares and strips. Also, your chain blocks, your Irish chain.
Yes.
Your rectangular ruler, spot on.
Absolutely spot on. And then briefly, having said how to cut squares, once you cut yourself a right angle corner for right-handed people, fabric on the right, ruler comes in from the left. If I wanted a 3-inch square, it's eaten 3 inches. If I want a 3.5-inch square, it's eaten 3.5, 4.5-inch square, etc., etc. So the ruler comes in again. If you need more than that, then you can use the cutting mat, but again, always have the ruler on the top of that. So, having looked at that ruler, shall we look at this one?
Absolutely. I'll remind you of that. This is the star and patchwork ruler. This does your quarter square and your half square triangles. So flying geese and so forth using that ruler. Okay, there's the ruler, £12.99.
Right.
While we're here, can I just quickly mention this rather lovely bundle of fabric? This bundle of fabric, I think, is gorgeous. You like autumny colours, don't you,
I love
Jenny?
autumny colours, yes.
I think that's rather gorgeous.
Oh, I
Got
do
your
like
six.
that.
It's called
Really
Agatha
rather
Road.
nice.
I think that's beautiful. And that is £26.97 for 5 fat quarters.
That's nice. That's not
Pretty
bad
good
at
value.
all.
Yeah,
Oh, really
good
nice.
value.
That one. What's the one that I'm using? The one that's got
The one that
6?
you're using, we just did the graphics of that, but we can show it again. Hannah, can we just show this one again, please? I think this is also a Moda. It is Flower Patches, it's called by Moda.
Because you see, once you learn to start patchwork, I had 4 fat quarters. And out of the 4 fat quarters I got, which are the Tilda ones, this very pretty bundle we've got here.
Oh, bit of Tilda.
From my 4 fat quarters, I got that block, which is rail fence. I got this one, which is a Dutchman's puzzle.
Yep.
I got this one, which is the Amish star. And I got this one, which is just your squares. Left over, I had enough fabric. There was that amount left.
Gosh.
There was this amount left. And a bit of that. And there was that left.
So you just added a bit of your own cream fabric
No,
to
this
that?
was in the-
Oh, it was
in
in
the
the
fat
bundle
quarter
too?
bundle,
Gosh,
yes.
well, let's show that one too then.
And
That's
that
a
was
bit of
what I had left for the
Tilda.
fat quarter. It was a lovely fabric bundle, and of course that background fabric went so well with it.
Yes, this is Tilda Creating Memories. This is from their some springtime fabrics. Beautiful. And there's your cream. Oh, they're lovely.
Aren't
Can I
they
just
just?
borrow the rail fence block for a second?
Yes, of course you can do.
We're going even lower. No way. 14.73. Look, that is gorgeous. £12.99 for that. So actually, a bundle of 4 fat quarters really can get you started.
Yes. So I've got the 4 blocks. I've still got that left. I might well have to change, perhaps add a bit more background because I've used quite a lot of the background. But you've got plenty of fabric there. So 4 fat quarters. Get the rulers, certainly the long ruler, and you really have to have the star and geese.
Yes.
It's called the geese because one of the ideas it makes up is a classic shape called a flying goose, which is this one. And the reason for the star bit is this is often used as the star shape in many designs, a half square triangle. How do you use it? If you want the simplest and easiest way to do half square triangles, if you cut 2 strips the relevant size. Now, as Stuart pointed out, because this ruler is missing the tip on here, it hasn't broken, don't worry, it's meant to be like that. This is actually going to save you a small amount of fabric with every strip you cut. And on the ruler, it does have various measurements down the sides, which will explain exactly what size you're going to end up with and getting. You've got side B, which is this side, which does your half square triangles, which are marked here in black, and they are the black lines. And whatever size of strip you cut, it will be always ½ an inch bigger than the finished size. So if you want 2-inch finished, you cut 2.5. If you want 3-inch finish, you cut 3.5. If you want 2.5-inch finish, you cut, Stuart?
3.5. 4.5.
Pardon?
Sorry, I was counting. I was doing something else, Jenny, while you were talking, because we've had a question saying how many different sizes does it do, and I was just counting that it does 10, and then you said, how many? I was like, what's 3 times 4? I need the toilet again.
The answer was 3, I think, because I've now forgotten what I asked you.
Makes both 2 of us. We can watch the tape back, Jenny.
We can indeed. Right.
Am I right? 10 different sizes from that ruler.
Yes, which is absolutely fantastic.
Well worth getting.
Okay, so side B does your half square triangles. And as Stuart said, you've got 10 different sizes on the entire ruler. This, again, side B is missing a bit. Right, I've got 2 strips cut out. I'm going to cut the selvages off the end there because you want to cut them off afterwards. Don't cut them off in the beginning because you can't always tell where the warp and the weft is on your material.
Okay.
Save it to the end. Right, flip the fabric over, and I'm going to turn it over this way because you'll be able to see the lines more clearly on this. Side B. Side B does half square triangles. Place side B on and you can see I'm going to end up with 3. It's written in bold. I've cut a 3.5 inch. There is the ruler. The flat bit is on the very tip of the fabric. I cut up the edge of the ruler. And because I've cut 2 at a time, they are all ready to be sewn. I'll just put those to one side there because I'm now going to cut another set. And to cut the other set, you simply turn, I'll do that again, turn the ruler round so the flat bit is now towards you. And pop it back on. Just jiggle that a bit, it's moved. And again, align it with that measurement you cut, 3.5. So I've now got a flat bit facing me. The seam allowance is all worked out for you, so you haven't got to do anything other than cut up the side of the ruler.
Do you know, Jenny, I think a lot of us find all of those markings on our general purpose rulers a bit overwhelming and a bit confusing. This simplifies the ruler to do the 3 most important patchwork units I ever used: half square triangle, quarter square triangle and flying geese. So if you're somebody that feels overwhelmed by all the markings on a ruler, this is a good one.
It's just useful. Right, so having cut my sets up, because I've already put my fabrics right sides together, they're all good to go. So underneath the machine, and you'll be needing to sew a 1/4 inch. There are tips about getting a 1/4 inch in the pattern. If you're lucky enough to have the FS 140, it has a 1/4 inch set into it. So you go to pattern 46, and that puts the needle at a 1/4 inch. Now, a question I sometimes get asked is, you might have noticed that it has a pointy end one end and a flat end the other.
Would you just bring it over slightly to the left for me, please, Jenny? Thank you. We got it.
Okay. It doesn't really matter whether you go in that end or that end. Either way works.
Yeah.
So having got my 1/4 inch on the machine, let's find the sewing machine's foot. Underneath the presser foot, make sure you keep all the layers together, and you are going to sew. So this is half square triangles. And for beginners, what I would always suggest you do is when you get to the end, you pick up the next lot and you chain piece. Now, I haven't pinned these together, but if you are a lady or a gentleman who likes pinning things, may I suggest, please, that you put your pins in at right angles to your stitching. If you put the pins in along the stitching line, you have to scrobble underneath the foot to rescue the pin. So I think that's... And we don't sew over pins, do we, Stuart?
No, never.
Yes, we do.
No, that is an absolute bugbear of mine.
Oh, God. I have watched one student's needle hit a pin and take the pin down into the bobbin case.
Oh, me too. Literally like a hairpin. Yeah.
So all the way down.
Yeah.
And when you get to the bottom, a little scrap is always useful to sew onto. That's it. Okay, so I have had a 3.5 inch cut strip. I have sewn up here, and I will end up with a 3.5 inch square, which when you sew all the way around the 4 sides will end up as 3 inches. And there it is, absolutely perfect.
Yeah. No trimming required.
No trimming required
Press it and
at
you're
all.
good to go.
And I would press the seams open and flat. So that's using side B of this ruler. What happens if I use side A? Well, side A actually gives me quarter square triangles. And again, if you want to multi-cut, you can. I'm just going to cut 1 for the moment. So take your strip, and down the side, it gives you the size you would need to cut to make flying geese that particular finished size. Now, because I've got a 3.5 inch strip, I'm going to make 3 by 6 inch flying geese. But it matters not. This is a quarter square triangle, a QST. Right, bring your ruler to the edge of the fabric, cut up one side.
So if you're using those measurements, the 3 by 6, that'll make a 3 by 6
correct
flying geese.
Yes.
But if you make it up as a quarter square triangle unit, like an hourglass unit,
it will be a 6 inch square.
6 inches square.
Right.
Easy
Now,
maths.
the interesting thing about this, there is the first one I've cut. Flip the fabric over, replace the ruler. So when you did half square triangles, you turned the ruler around. With this one, you just simply flip the fabric over. Now, while I'm banging on about this, that is a right angle triangle. Are we agreed? This is also a right angle triangle. It's actually a half square triangle. Let me cut
Yeah.
out the half square triangle. People might say, oh, she didn't, she cheated.
You got one next to it, haven't you? Isn't that little one? The one that's upside down? Is that
I think I stitched it though, so hang on. Let's just take that one off there, okay? Right, so I have cut a quarter square triangle and a half square triangle. They're exactly the same
They look
dimension.
exactly the same.
They're right angle triangles, but they do not behave the same. Half square triangles have a stretchy edge on what's known as the hypotenuse, the longest side, and two straight sides. And a quarter square triangle has a straight edge on the hypotenuse and two stretchy sides. You need to be careful which one you use. And in the flying goose, strange enough, the flying goose has a quarter square one in the middle and it has a half square one on the corners. And the reason for that is, and not all patterns make this clear, is that you want your goose to have nice straight edges all the way round. Do you not? There we are. You see, if I were to put quarter square triangles there, imagine what would happen to the sides.
Yeah.
They would all stretch like there's no tomorrow. So this particular ruler can be used for cutting your quarter square triangles, your half square triangles, in easy increments, just going up. And if you were going to make one of the blocks in the book, which is the Dutchman's puzzle, you basically take your center quarter of an inch, take one of the half square triangles, lay it on top, and the nice thing about it you'll find is that because it's cut so beautifully accurately, it's set in here by a quarter of an inch and it overhangs there by a quarter of an inch. And your seam will go in through that end and out through that corner.
Jenny, I think that's something that throws a lot of beginners. And I've seen beginners make a flying geese block with the seam allowance across the top, all there. And then they've gone in with a ruler and cut it off because they think the top of their flying geese is supposed to go to the very edge of the fabric, but it's not.
No, it's not. I think this ruler doubly helps because that works particularly well. If you turn it round the other way, just imagine it's the other way up, you would have flat bit to flat bit and the points would line up. So whichever way round you're using it, the shape does give you a clue as to where to stitch. And very quickly, if I just stitch this one onto here, so underneath the machine again, back to a quarter of an inch. So off your little thread saver, all the way down.
Fewer than 20 of this ruler left. You check out your baskets. I've got another little selection of fabric laid out here when you have time. This is really rather lovely. If you like solids, if you love autumny colours, which we do, Jenny, don't we?
We do indeed.
How about that?
Oh, that's nice. Oh, I do like that.
£15.96.
What?
I know.
For how many?
For 8 fat quarters. 2 metres. And we're going lower.
That's not bad at all.
Do you want us to give you a couple of minutes so you can buy a bundle?
Yes, allow me to run to the green room and get my handbag.
£1.62 a fat quarter. £12.99 now, Jenny, for 2 metres. £12.99.
That's not fair.
I think we might have been inspired by your lovely quilt that's hanging behind you.
Who's pinched me out of the triangle? And I have to cut another one now. How is it? They've vanished. So what have you done with it, Stuart?
Are they on the floor?
Probably. Oh, no, it's here. It's here. Right, so having stitched one triangle onto one side, open it out and then stitch the other triangle onto the other side. So this time, because of the way I cut them, the flat bit will align with the top of the shape and the points will all be together. You will stitch down there. When you've done, I like to press my seams open and flat. Right, to make flying geese...
Again, something controversial.
Yes.
Or something certainly that people discuss. Seams one way, seams open. Do we always follow the same thing?
No, you don't. There are times when the seams go one way and seams go the other way. Now, the advantage of pressing them open and flat, if we can get the camera really close, is that you can see...
Bring it over to your right. Brilliant, thank you.
There we are. You can see in the seam here, that point there where the fabrics touch on the seam is the top of the point on that side of the fabric.
Yeah.
So if I sew exactly through that, and it does explain this in the pattern, I should be bang on my point and Mrs. Picky Pants won't have a problem. Sometimes this is not a quarter of an inch from here to there. So this is where you do quarter, 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 deviate, because the point's important, and go through that point and then resume the seam allowance. Before you do it though, remember to cut off any little ear that sticks out. Sometimes I leave these outer ears because they're quite useful to hang on to with my scissors. Now, the Dutchman's puzzle that I've given you has two subtly different blocks, because one block has a different bit of the sky because it's going to go in the middle. But you can make it whichever way up you happen to want it to be. Let's put these together the right way round. Move these bits out the way. Go to the right, or else you'll get all muddled up with the L on the screen. And there's another one. And here's the last one. If Stuart hasn't pinched it, they were all here.
I get the blame for everything,
Yes, I
don't I?
I can't understand why when I start off
Stuart's
with...
place is in the wrong.
Yes. Oh, come on. All men's places are always in the wrong. And there's something not... No, it is right. So there you are. There is your particular design there. But if you didn't want that, you could play with it, and there are many different ways you can play with this particular shape. Flying geese itself goes along like this, in a little line, and of course with that ruler you can make them any size you like. From, I think it's 2.5 inches, it's 2 by 5 right up to 6 by 5. No, it's 1.5 by 3 right up to 3 by 6.
Yeah,
which is
brilliant. Amazing. The
hexagon.
Dutchman's puzzle, is that in the booklet?
Yes, it is indeed.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This bundle's about to sell out, and also the ruler is about to sell out. Be quick. Grab yourself the booklet, Beginning Patchwork by Jennie Rayment. Hundreds have gone. Let's do hexagon. Let's do hexagon. I'll get some more fabric out ready as well.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, can we do the lovely hatched and patched? I'll get that out ready.
You can do whatever you happen to fancy.
$6.99 for the hexagon, and this makes 5 different sizes. 1 inch finish, no, maybe 6. 1 inch finish, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 sizes. That's great.
And they can be cut in paper, they can be cut in fabric, you can cut them how you like.
Will you show us how to cut some,
I'm
please?
going to show you exactly how you
Thank
cut. Right,
you.
I've cut a 2.5 inch strip of fabric just to show you can do things in other sizes other than 3.5 inches. This is my ruler, which I have used many times. So it's going to be, probably could have done with a wash. When you're going to cut hexagons, on the hexagon, if you can see, it gives you the cutting size, and it very kindly tells you the finished size. This is the height of the hexagon from top to bottom across this direction, not that way. Now, there's no reason why you can't cut out paper and do your hexagons over paper. So I don't know why you would. Oh, I know, that's terrible, isn't it? Oh, dear, 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 because I can sew them together on the machine. So you could cut out paper or card shapes, hack out a bit of fabric bigger and tack it or glue it to the paper and the card, and then sew these pieces together using a really small overcasting stitch, like this small piece that I did some time ago. Am I ever going to do
Through gritted teeth.
Through gritted teeth. Yes. As you can see, I have left the paper in there just in case I might need to add more to it.
You're not going to, Jenny. Take the paper out.
No, of course I'm not going to. Right, if I wanted to cut a hexagon, it doesn't matter which way up the fabric, because I'm having it this way up so you can see the lines more clearly. Cut the strip of fabric the relevant width. Put your hexagon ruler on it and slide it to the edge of the fabric. Okay, I've got 2 little bits there. And then all you're going to do is cut up one side and cut up the other side. So I have cut one part of the hexagon. Same rule as before, flip the fabric round, hexagon ruler comes in from the left, line the lines up, and then we're going to cut up here and up there. There we go. And there is a perfect hexagon. I want another one, fabric round, and if you're left-handed, you simply do it the other way around. Hexagon ruler goes on there, and you cut, and you cut, and you cut.
And Jenny,
So, yes.
what's your recommendation for number of layers? Because obviously you can cut multiple layers with a rotary cutter, but there's a maximum you can safely and accurately do.
I would do 4 very happily. If I'm cutting for kits for, say, festival or something like that, I might have 8 and I just use a bit of welly. But when you look at the rotary cutter, and we look at it this way on, you can see the depth of fabric that you can get to. It is from the edge of the blade to the cutter. And 4 is not a problem. But if you're a beginner, I'd do 2.
Yeah.
And then stick to that. You know, if you know what you're doing and been doing it for donkey's years like I have, the more you can get through, the quicker you can get those kits done.
Yeah.
So having done our hexagons, when you come to sew hexagons together, ideally what you need to do is to mark a dot on your seam allowances. And this is where, going back to this ruler, you could use this ruler to actually draw your seam allowances all the way around it, or mark a dot in the corners.
Yeah.
When I'm going to sew hexagons together, I do mine on the machine, and I mark the hexagons dot to dot, and again it's all in the words, and I will stitch literally dot to dot. So you're leaving a gap at either end. Having stitched 2 hexagons together dot to dot, if I'm going to do something like the grandmother's flower garden, which is the usual arrangement of 7 hexagons like this.
That all machine sewn?
Yes.
No, do you mind just holding it for a second? Because I just, you know, so many people think, if I'm going to do hexagons, I've got to hand sew them. And I've always been a big advocate. No, you can't. You can do it by machine. But do you mind just showing us again? Just
Yes,
how beautifully
yes.
sewn together those that one you've got there
Yeah.
is, because I want you to feel at home. You can do this. You can do this. Follow Jenny's instructions. You can make a whole hexagon quilt completely machine sewn. This is not a difficult process.
It isn't. Providing you go dot to dot.
Dot to dot.
So if I'm going to do this, I will sew, let's find an unbacked one. There you are. So there's an unbacked one. Let's have it that way around. So I'm going to stitch these 2 together, dot to dot. And that will give me those 2 hexagons. If I look at this carefully, I've got a row of 3 there, and somewhere we have a row of 3. There's my row of 3 gone too. There is a row of 3 here a minute ago. Anyway, I would have a row of 3. Why is it gone? Probably Stuart's pin. I do not understand where.
Hey, don't blame me again.
There
Look,
we are.
Here
Row
it is.
of 3. Row of 3.
It's all in the instructions. Dot to dot. Row of 2. Row of 3.
Right,
row
okay.
of 2.
Row of
all
3.
in the instructions.
There we are. There's your row of 3. And then you need another row of 2. And then what I would do is I would stitch the row of 3 to the row of 2. And this is as simple as this, folks. All right? You've got a little gap. You've got a little gap. You do it 1 seam at a time. You do that seam. You do that seam. You do this seam. You do that seam. You just wiggle your way along. You need to break the thread each time.
Yep.
And it comes up like this, up to there. Break, down, up, down.
So we're not trying to pivot at the
No,
dot.
no,
We're
literally.
sewing to it, stopping.
You sew to the dot, stop. Rearrange it. Sew to the
Rearrange.
dot, stop.
I think that's often what foxes people.
Yes, yep.
They think they're supposed to be able to sew a zigzag.
No, you
and
can't.
that's not what
No.
Jenny's asking
You're
you to do.
sewing individual set seams. When you sew these, you insert the other little bit, goes there, that way around, and you've got the grandmother's flower garden thing, so to speak.
Jenny, don't you think that grandmother's flower garden quilt would look amazing in these fabrics?
That would look fantastic. I love those colours.
They've got that look, haven't
yes,
they?
they have, and they're so in. They last forever, that.
This is Cool Vintage Stars. There's 12 fat quarters there for $47.94. This is Hatched and Patched, Amy Downs.
Very
Annie
nice.
Downs, I beg your pardon.
Yes, really nice, those. Yes.
Isn't Amy Downs on Strictly? I think.
Is she?
Oh, Amy, yeah, I love her. Oh gosh, under £40. That's awesome. It's like a £7, nearly £7 saving.
Yeah, well worth having.
Isn't it?
Yes, so when you sew your hexagons together, you press the seams open and flat here, and they sort of pivot round at the junctions. Now, your huge problem now with the hexagon is you've got this blooming shape that's got really awkward edges. The answer to that is a piece of interfacing. It's the interfacing trick.
Ah, nice.
Hexagons, interfacing, lightweight sew-in interfacing. Turn it over. You sew all the way around the outside edge of the entire thing using a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yep.
You then clip all the excess interfacing, and you also need to take any points off and nick the fabric fractionally on those seams.
Okay.
When you've done that, you slit the interfacing and turn it through the hole. and you will have a perfect grandmother's flower garden hexagons, either stitched by hand, because the hand stitching takes place in exactly the same way as you would if you were doing it on the machine. You sew dot to dot. So no more over papers, just sew dot to dot. And with
because actually, English piecing is running stitch method dot to dot.
Yes.
It is different to English paper piecing, which is folded over.
Yes.
And I think that's not made clear enough sometimes, isn't it?
I would wholly go along with that. So this is paper piecing where it's folded over and tacked in place, where this is English piecing where you're sewing dot to dot to dot.
So you know when you've done your hexagon and you've got it on interfacing, I love that method, by the way, brilliant method. What would you then do with that? If you wanted to make a quilt?
Well, I wouldn't put these individually. This is if you want just to keep that block. So if I was going
Could you applique that to a background or something like that?
Yes, this is ready to be applied to whatever.
Yeah.
If I were going to make a quilt, I'd probably make up my hexagons as these because they're rather nice. And then I'd simply join them together again, dot to dot, dot to dot. Insert the various bits and bobs that you want, and you will, if you did it very small and in silk, and I didn't do this, it's an antique bit, end up with something that could look like that.
I mean, it's rather lovely, isn't it?
Yes. But
for all that we're not keen on hand sewing, it is lovely.
Hey, Stuart, what I think now, and this is where, think outside the box. I've made you do it from one piece of fabric. Why do you have to cut your hexagons from one piece of fabric? Why not cut them out from a stripy bit of material?
So this is strips sewn together?
Yes.
Leftovers, maybe?
Leftovers. Cut them out, cut your hexagons, okay? Hopefully, if Stuart hasn't whipped any, there'll be lots of
Jenny, have you even sewn 2 bits of blue fabric together to make up enough for the bottom? Are there some seams in the bottom bits of fabric? Love that. Did you spot that? I love that utility. I love that. No scrap wasted.
Make, do and mend. So if I had 6 of these, and if I can find the other one, and maybe a plain one in the middle, some of you might recognise it was leftover fabric from the bag with no handles. I could put these together.
Oh, Jenny, now you're talking.
That way around, that way. Plain one in the middle. Let's get it in the right place. Because it's a hexagon. Who says the hexagon has to be made from one piece of fabric? Why can't you
now you're talking. Look at that.
And if you didn't like that, you could turn these round and you could play with them. And you all know how to sew it together. All we got to do is mark the dots and sew dot to dot.
Oh, I think that's brilliant.
I think this is the great thing about the patchwork world, Stuart, is when you understand the principle, you can play.
Yeah.
And some lovely fabric. We've got those greys fabrics. We've got those wonderful autumn colours.
You'll never get bored of it, will you?
No. And I think the huge...
How long have you been doing patchwork now?
I started in the back end of 1989. Wow. So I've been around for a wee bit.
36 years?
Yes, you see, but self-taught. Had my first book, conned my way into teaching in adult education. They all said, oh, would you like an evening job? Because I needed a job. Yes, I said. Have you been sewing long? I said, ages. They never asked how long ages was.
Absolutely.
And in fact, I met one of my students the other day because I taught the Sitting Gills. And I said to her, shall I now confess how very little I actually knew? It was mainly done by the seat of my pants.
Totally.
But, no, I did Sitting Gills for several years, went on to be a verifier, then got tired of working for adult education, freelance, wrote my first book, and like you,
the rest
away.
Is history.
The rest is history.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. You are such a part of the patchwork of the British scene. You really are. And internationally, in fact, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's recap those instructions by Jenny. They're brand new. Beginning patchwork. Ideally, get yourself the rulers. If not today, then another day, but they will work so well. While I'm recapping this, I am just going to come back to you very briefly because Fran's asked a good question. Good. It's a good kind of, while we're talking beginners, she's asking, when do you change your cutting mat? I'll come back to you in just a second for your words of wisdom on that. When do you change your cutting mat? Beginning patchwork by Jennie Rayment. You start with all that useful information, jargon explained, basics gone over, rail fence block, log cabin, these are such classics, your square chain, your single Irish chain, great place for some applique, Amish Friendship Star, your Dutchman's Puzzle, and what about the Peace Star? Love that. Hexagons too, but pieced by machine, quickly, easily, successfully. $9.99, it's brilliant. Hundreds of you have gone for that. Jenny, what do you think?
Right.
We'll put the details for digital as well. We'll put that on screen.
Right, cutting mat. I
Yep.
think the answer to that is when your cutting mat starts to have lines in it, because it does that because you've done that backwards and forwards, which you shouldn't do. When you start to get fluff stuck in it, when you start the lines go in, or when it gets wavy.
Yeah.
I mean, if the cutting mat surface is good and solid and hasn't got lots of scored lines on it, then you're not going to ruin the blade. If the cutting mat is old and rough and got lines on it and got bits of wadding sticking out of it, then I'm afraid you're going to ruin the blade faster. The blades are not cheap. They are sharp. They need to be kept sharp. This is a self-healing cutting mat, but it will not self-heal if you push the cutter forwards and you do that on it, because you'll take a tiny weeny bit of mat out. All right, they're very clever, these, and please keep it flat. There's no way you can get a lumpy, bumpy bit out of a mat.
No.
It just isn't.
Don't store it in the back of your car on a hot day.
No, comes out funny shape.
Ask me how I know.
Yeah, ask me how I know too.
Yeah. The other, just going back to use your mat, use your ruler for measuring, that's another reason why I say don't use your mat for measuring, because it'll get distorted over time from cutting, but also if you cut a lot of 2.5-inch strips, if you use your mat for measuring, you will probably use the same spot over and over and over again.
Yes.
You will ruin your mat in no time.
Correct.
Because you've only used one bit of it.
Yes. And the other important thing is that I have noticed, use the same set of tools, because it's interesting that we think all the tools are identical.
Yeah.
But they're not, because where on the tool is the 1/4 inch? Is it this side of the line, that side of the line?
True
or in
enough.
between? So
True enough.
Get yourself a decent set of tools, use the same tools.
Talking of decent tools, we've got the rulers. The rectangular patchwork ruler, just to recap that, this is 14 inches long, 4.5 inches wide. As a scrap quilter, this is the money. This is the money. This'll help you tame your scraps. Your big 6x24 ruler is too big and unwieldy to cut lots of little shapes from scraps. This is much better. 1849, it's got that clever slot cut through for marking your seam lines. Next up, we've got the star and geese patchwork ruler, cutting those all-important half square triangle, quarter square triangle, and geese units. $12.90. It was $12.99. It's sold out. Sold out. Well done, Jenny. And the hexagon definitely sold the idea to me of machine piecing. And $6.99. Rude not to. Full instructions on the back as well. Jenny, as always, you've been an absolute superstar. Thank you for being our first guest of the year.
Thank you for having me.
When are you
Stuart.
back?
I'm back at the end of February. No, I got 2 in February.
Awesome.
So it's Valentine's Day. That's when I'm
Nice.
back. So heart shape. Back on Valentine's Day, and then at the end of the month.
Wonderful, wonderful. Put it in the diary. Thanks, Jenny. Safe
Thank
journey
you.
home.
Thank you.
And a very happy new year, of course. Right, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's time for Brother. We've got the amazing FS140. You've seen Jenny using it all morning. And we've also got the incredible NV1150. Don't go anywhere. Get your questions in if you've got any.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hey, it's so good to have your company. The first day of a brand new year. How lovely to have spent a few hours with Jennie today. It's been terrific. Now, this last hour, I've got 2 amazing sewing machines. I'm going to do some other things first, but I'm just going to jump straight in there with our prices and our sewing machines that we've got on the show today. We're going to start with our NV 1150. This is just beautiful. We just launched this on the 23rd of December. It's a brand new machine for us. It follows on from the NV 1100. What I think is amazing is that we have kept the price the same. It is under £1,000. It's a beautiful machine. Your throat space, the distance from the needle to the back of the machine, is over 8 inches. It's almost 8.5 inches of throat space. Standard sewing machine, about 5.5 to 6 inches. Is a lot of extra space inside. That's your working area. You've got a huge extension table included with this machine. It is huge, and actually it creates a working space from the back to the front of 24 inches of working space. Amazing for quilting or big projects. You've got 140 utility and decorative stitches, speed control, needle up, needle down. You've got 5 alphabets on this machine. You've got your memory, you've got your scissor function, needle up, needle down. It is absolutely amazing. It's got a knee lift. Now, that's all the feet that you would expect with a great Brother sewing machine. 3-year warranty as well. This is all for under £1,000. This is where it gets better. This is also coming with a free quilting kit. This is all the bits you might have to pay for, usually. A massive extension table, a Brother walking foot. That walking foot in itself is £40 plus, free. Darning foot for free motion quilting, free. Quilting guide bar, free. 1/4 inch patchwork foot, no money. That thing that looks like a big horseshoe, this is like handlebars for holding your quilt while you're free motion quilting. So no gloves required, no hand strain. Okay, all free, all included. It's well over £150 worth of kit, which takes the price of the machine, if you were paying for it, up to, guess what, 1150, which is the name of the machine. Now, that's just a coincidence, by the way. Okay, but if you want an equivalent machine, if you want me to say, what's this machine like? This machine is very, very like the Elna 680 Plus. Same kind of foot package, extension table, knee lift. That's £1,300, £1,350, isn't it? This is under £1,000. This is under £1,000. So I think if you want I suppose it's the equivalent of that kind of really like smart executive car that's got all the bells and whistles, and it's a beautiful drive. It's practical. It doesn't have superfluous stuff that you're never going to use, okay? But it does an amazing job, and a huge throat space, 8.3 inch throat space there for under £1,000. I think it's really hard to beat. Really hard to beat. So that's our first machine. I'm going to jump on it. I'm going to be doing some sewing. I've got my fabrics ready. Right, second machine that we've got on the show today shows you sort of, so we've got our good and we've got our better. We do have our best machines as well. We've got £2,000-3,000 machines. But if we want our good machine, still Brother, this is the important thing. A great brand, a great brand. It's actually a brand that I am an ambassador for. I am a Brother ambassador because I believe in the brand very much. This machine has also got 140 stitches, 8 automatic one-step buttonholes, 1 alphabet, I beg your pardon, 1 alphabet, So it's still got that alphabet function. It's got a memory of up to 50 characters. It's got about a 6-inch throat space. It comes with an extension table. It comes with a darning foot and a walking foot. It's got a 1/4-inch patchwork stitch on it. You saw Jenny using it early. This machine, okay, is under £400. £369, and in fact, we're not stopping there. We're going lower because £20 is £20. 340, so under £350. If you want to start patchwork, why not get yourself some fabric and Jenny's patchwork instructions. £349. Yeah, £349. It's got a hardcover as well. So this is why I say this is still a good machine, a great machine actually, a great machine. You know, I'm often asked about entry-level machines. And I could never, in good conscience, recommend somebody to buy a sewing machine that was £100, £150. I would say to them, loud and clear, you are wasting your money because you will have to change it very, very soon. Or it will put you off and you will give up because it won't do what you want it to do. There's a bit like trainers, there's a minimum price you can pay. There's also the minimum price you should pay, rather. There's also a maximum price that I think you should ever pay for these things, unless you're going like really professionally into it. You know, actually our brother NV 1150 is the most that most sewers will ever need. And yes, we have machines that are 2,000 and more. They are very, very specific and they have amazing features on them. But I think if you want your good and your better machine, we've got them both on the show today. Equally, if you're the kind of person that goes to a lot of workshops and classes, you may have the 1150 at home in your sewing machine. You may not want to take that to workshops and classes. You may still want an amazing sewing machine to take to your sewing classes. And that's where the FS140 comes into its own, because it's going to give you the same performance. James from Kent's got in touch. I like the last point particularly. I highly recommend the FS140. The extras are absolutely superb. It's lovely and quiet, yet hard-working. And the rose gold is classy. James, that's exactly what I said when I first saw it. I was like, this rose gold is gorgeous. It looks so good, doesn't it? Really beautiful. You've got your 140 stitches there. You've got your alphabet on top of that. So there's a lot. All your utility stitches, all of your like fashion stitches for dressmaking. You've got your patchwork and quilting specific stitches. You've also got your buttonholes, 8 of them. Vertical, horizontal, shirt, coat, stretch. You need different buttonholes depending on what you're working on. And if that's double Dutch to you, gobbledygook, that's why you've got a really, really comprehensive manual printed with your machine. You don't have to download it. If you do want to download, if you want to get the machine or you're thinking about it and you want to download the full manual to an iPad, your computer, or even print it off, you can. Just go to the Brother website, type in the model number, and you can get the full specs. And actually, if we can just skip back for a second to the NV 1150, I just want to reiterate that with the standard NV 1150 package, and if you go on the website, £999, the machine, you do not get a walking foot or a darning foot or an extension table or a 1/4-inch patchwork foot or a quilting bar or a guide. These things are all optional extras that you have to buy. And if you were to buy all of those pieces of equipment, they would cost you over £150. The good news is, if you're buying it from SewingStreet, we are giving you all of those things for free. But I just want to reiterate, if you look at the manual, it is loud and clear, they are not included. So I don't want you to think that this is just the package you get anyway, because it isn't. When we were introducing the MV1150, I was not told that there was any freebies with it. I looked at the manual and I said straight away, oh no, it doesn't come with a walking foot. It doesn't come with a darning foot. Where's the 1/4-inch patchwork foot? Where's the extension table? Whew, £150 worth thrown in. We're on it. We're on it. Yeah? You're on it. And the thing is, I probably, me personally, would use the 1/4-inch stitch on the machine to do my 1/4 of an inch. So I might not buy a 1/4-inch piecing foot, but I know most patchworkers love them and use them all the time. I might not have got the handlebars, but having used them, they're brilliant. But everything else there, I would have to go out and buy, because there's no way I could do what I do without an extension table, a walking foot and a darning foot. Now, the extension table, £50, the walking foot, £40, that's £90, the darning foot, £17.50. So we're already £116.50 of money I would have to pay extra on top of that machine. And I'd have to, because I need those things. You're getting them for free. You're getting them for free. It is amazing. Right, I'm going to just do a few other bits and pieces here before we move over. One of the things that every one of you who have got a Brother sewing machine, treat yourself. £10.99 is a little treat. Get yourself a set of 10 Brother bobbins. All bobbins, all machine bobbins are specific to the machine. There are Elna bobbins, there are Brother bobbins. Brother bobbins cannot be used in another machine. Equally, you cannot put Elna bobbins into a Brother. There's no such thing as a universal bobbin. They're shallower. You also get these amazing clips. These clips, okay, go over the bobbin. They stop it unravelling. You can also clip them together so they don't get lost. It's really clever, and you get 10 for £10.99. Honestly, genuinely, it is worth getting yourself. These also fit Brother embroidery machines. So embroidery machines, sewing machines, all Brother, all the ones that we sell, they all fit. Okay, so if you're going to give yourself a little treat today, get yourself some of those. Get yourself some of those. And my top tip when we're talking about bobbins is don't put one colour on top of another colour. I know when you've got a little bit left on, it's tempting to just wind a bobbin on top of that. But with top-loading bobbins, they take up the thread automatically, and it can get really tangled if it changes from one colour to another. It can try and still use the thread, and it can really get knotted in your machine. So if you've got a little bit of thread left on your bobbin, either take it off and hand sew with it, or wind it onto a paper bobbin, or just throw it away. Or better yet, if you've got plenty of bobbins, you'll never feel like you've got to do a second or a third fill. You'll always have an empty one. Going absolutely wild for those. Right, should we do a little bit of fabric? I love French General. This is joie de vivre, the joy of life. The joy of life, joie de vivre. Yes, joy of life. Everything French General do, I fall in love with. It's classy, it's romantic. Oh, that's a different. And I think the colour palette, these putty colours, the soft golds, those deep madder reds, are just gorgeous. I'm going to kind of flick so you can see. Just gorgeous, these fabrics, aren't they? So beautiful. You get 42 5-inch squares. All that putty pink is gorgeous. Very smart. We've been talking a lot about bag making today. Charm packs are ideal for bag making. Patchwork them together, create a larger piece of fabric, then cut your pieces from that. I mean, these are flying out. Really gorgeous. Again, under £18 to get the whole charm pack, 42 fabrics, it's the entire range, and a few of them you do get multiples of, but mostly you've one of each because French General collections are, excuse me, are huge. They're usually at least 32 different designs. Half the remaining stock is in baskets. Wow. Interestingly, fun fact, the average time that people get up on New Year's Day is noon. So, good morning and welcome to Sewing Street, everyone. Happy New Year. I'm Stuart Hillard. Here's our early bird. No, we've done that. But look back on the web. If you've missed anything, look back on the web, because we've had an absolutely fabulous morning. We've had a fabulous morning. And if you missed our early bird, my goodness me, I shall grab it back and show you. Should we do Wild Garden? Let's go on. Wild Garden. We've got a crash on this. 42 10-inch squares. This is good. Oh, wow. For under £50, £49.99. That is a great price. Look at this. Absolutely lush. Do you know what? If you love Odile, I think this has got a bit of a look. Do you know what I mean? A little bit French, a little extravagant. Odile Bayeux. This is, stunning. Stunning. Isn't it? I think that's gorgeous. This is the 10-inch. This is the 10-inch charm pack. Okay. Limited quantities of these. Limited quantities of these. Those are absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Gosh, some of you multi-buying this, it's such a good deal, and you could make an absolutely gorgeous quilt out of that. Many, many in baskets. Many in baskets. I've also got a 5-inch charm in the same range. I won't flick on this, but you've seen those fabrics. Oh, I have. I've done a little flick. I've done a little flick, but I'm not going to open it out. I mean, £14.99. Frankly, 'twould be rude not to. Oh, now Christine, Christine, sorry, I've made myself laugh if nobody else. Christine's just got in touch to say, good afternoon, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year to you, my darling. I was just saying that the average time to get up on New Year's Day is 12. You just woken up, Christy. I bet you've been up half the day, haven't you? I bet you've been up since the crack of dawn. Derek's messaged in, actually. Thank you for messaging. He says, I so agree about the kind of like the perils of buying the £100 machine. My first new machine was a well-known brand for motorbikes. Mine too, Derek, actually, and cost me £100. I had it replaced within 1 month for a brother machine, and my first of many. I had to wait 2 years, Derek, before I could justify, because I'd spent my money on my Toyota sewing machine, and am I allowed to say that? Yeah, but because it was the cheapest, and I thought, I don't know if I'll like it or not. So there was a reason, but I mean, I'd outgrown it within about a month, like you say, Derek, and I had to wait 2 years. But then I bought a brother, and I had that probably 5-6 years before I bought a different machine, and it was for something very specific. Anyway, that went back on the trolley, I'm afraid. I have got a lovely Liberty. It was the one that was like the dark red and the orange and the cream. I will just mention at this point, our early bird today is my brand new book, Make 100 Bags. It was only launched in September, but we're doing it as an early bird today. Yours won't have this little scratch on the cover. No, cover price is £22. Cover price is £22. We usually drop it to £19.99, but today, and today only, £15.99. It is a signed copy. You can make 100 bags. And full-size paper patterns in the back for anything that you need a pattern for. It's hardback, beautiful quality. The photography is superb. They've just used this very house is the location for David Dimbleby's new documentary series, What Are the Royals For? It's all filmed in this house. I was watching on TV and I said to Charlie, stop the television. It's like, I recognise that place. Yeah, we had some lovely fabric bundles in the last hour and I didn't get a chance to show you this one. It is Liberty. It's a combination of a couple of different designs from them, but you've got this gorgeous deep red, a coral, a sort of buttery cream, and then a sort of tan ivory. £16.98. We're going lower. Oh, I love that. We're taking it lower and we're going under £15. That's a fantastic price per fat quarter. £3.74 a fat quarter. That's fantastic. Have you bought fat quarters in Liberty? Ouch. Not here. It's an ooh, not an ouch. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. We've been talking a lot this week about being tidy or being organised in your craft life. If nothing else, I'm trying. We've had lots of different kinds of storage, but you know, it's a classic for a reason. It's a hero product for a reason. This is our fat quarter storage bag, and the price drops to £10.99. It comes with 2 dividers. You can use it with 1, with 2, or with none at all. Depends how you want to use the bag, but I love that it's multifunctional. Store your stash. Store your quilts or your Christmas decks. It's also got 2 pockets. It took me about 18 months to find those. So I'll point them out to you now. It's got 2 pockets in either end. A double zip and a clear window in the top, so you can see what's in the bag. It's also got lovely, strong webbing handles that go all the way around, so it's really nice and secure. £10.99 for that. Have we got the other brother machine, by the way? I think it's been taken away, hasn't it? The 140. Yeah. So I'm going to jump onto that now and do some sewing. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do the cup. Yeah. Now, Hannah, just remind me of your justification for why we might need a cup. Because we might be starting classes in the new year and I need a cup of tea. OK, fair enough. This is an insulated William Morris design, insulated, double-walled mug with a lid. So you could have your soft drink in there, you could have your hot drink in there. Travel with it in the car or when you're travelling, and also in classes, because I don't know about you, but I'm always distracted and I go back to my cold cup of tea time and time again. It'll stay nice and hot in that for longer. It's a lovely one. Great price too, £8.99. Yeah. Right, shall we? Shall we? Let's go across. Come with me, come with me. Oh, where are my glasses? Oh, they're there, they're there. I need my glasses to find my glasses. Right, here are 2 machines. I'm going to start with the FS 140 because I love a hero machine, and this is definitely a hero machine. I'm coming back. Right, let's just get plugged in and powered up. There we go. Right. Now, remember, already an amazing price at £369, But we make it even better. It's £349 when we have it on air. Now, this comes with an extension table. I'm just going to show you. So you've got your accessory box right here. Okay, storage for all your feet in there. Okay, there's your free arm. So for when you're doing something like dressmaking, bag making, sometimes it's just easier to sew something when you've got this smaller area, okay? You've also, while we're here, got your switch for dropping the feed dogs. This is what we do when we want to free motion quilt. So you can do that too. Now, with the accessory box off, I'm going to put the extension table on. So you get this included. Again, you're going to be normally paying £30 to £50 for an extension table, depending on the size of your machine. You're getting this included for no extra money. Okay, 3 independently adjustable legs. So you can fit that, even if your table is a little bit bumpy, you can make it so it's nice and stable. There's your increased stable surface to sew on. Okay, right, now then, do you think you can go over my shoulder this way, or... Yeah, we'll have a go. Because what I'm going to do is do a little bit of sewing, because we like to see the machine working. Okay, right. Now then, while we get it set up camera-wise, let's have a look at what's in the box. You get your zigzag foot on the machine. You're going to use that for most of your utility sewing. You've got your buttonhole foot. So this is automatic one-step buttonholes. If you haven't done a buttonhole on a sewing machine for a long time, you may be used to doing the 4-step or even completely manual buttonholes. This, button in the back of the foot, set your size, press go, and it's done. You've got an overcasting foot for neatening seam allowances. Great alternative to using an overlocker. You've got your monogramming foot. This is what we'll use for our decorative pattern stitches, okay? You've got a zipper foot. You've got your blind hem foot. You've got a button fitting foot as well. Now, I was surprised that you got that included, because that's an extra normally with machines, but you can sew buttons on. Now, this is when it gets, I think, really cool. You get your quilting foot. That's your darning foot. £17.49. No extra money. It's in the box. You get your walking foot, £40 of extras, no extra money on the machine. You've got your seam ripper, your bobbins. You get 4. Now, I do recommend that you buy yourself a pack of 10 extra brother bobbins. While you've paid your P&P, you'll never regret having more bobbins. They always come in useful. You also get your needle. A needle set. You get a twin needle. You can do twin needle work. You get your ballpoint needle as well, cleaning brush, and all those other bits and bobs. You can use the machine with or without the foot pedal. So if you can't use a foot pedal because of mobility or sensation, you can do everything with the touch of a button, which I think is brilliant news. Let's do some sewing. Okay, right. I've got some H640 sandwich. No, it's quilt wadding actually, sandwich between. So this is quite thick layers, but I want to show you how well the machine sews through them, even without a walking foot. So effectively, I'm doing the job of quilting here. Let's pick one of my favourite stitches, which is stitch 28. It's the serpentine stitch. Now, your first 100 stitches are here on the machine. That's your first 100. Everything from 00 to 99, okay? And it's easy to navigate. It's just adding tens, adding units, or taking them away to get to the right number, okay? So super easy to do. I want stitch 28, and I'm working in the utility stitches. So you can see here, this is my first 100. There's the icon, utility stitches. There's the same icon, and we've got the green light on. If I press this again, well, this looks like satin stitches to me. And if I flip this top little unit up, you will see on the top here, we've got another 40 decorative satin stitches, 40 more. Pretty amazing package, isn't it? Everything from 00 to 39. Then if you look below that, you'll see the alphabet. So one more press of my mode button, green illuminated now, A for alphabet, and to put in any words, any phrases, any labels that you want to do, you're literally just going to type in the number of the letter that you want, and then you're going to add it into the memory. Now, at the moment, it's got something programmed in that's got 16 characters. Shall we stitch it out and see what it is? I've got no idea. I suspect it's whatever I put in the last time I did the show. I don't think it's rude. I don't think it's rude. It is telling me I should have the N foot on, though, so I'm going to take that foot off. These literally just come off with the touch of a button, and we can put the next foot on. This is the N foot, and you don't have to remember this. They're all debossed. Right, so we're all fixed up. I'm just going to check that the feed dogs are up, so we're good to go. Well, let's stitch it out, and don't blame me. If it's something nice, I did it. If it's something awful, Hannah did it. Bated breath. Bated breath. Well, I think I put SewingStreet in. So that's what I'm thinking it says. I'm just going to stop for a second. It'll pick back up. Yeah, I think we're SewingStreet. It's probably a bad choice of thread because I've gone for a light grey on top of a light lilac, but you'll get the idea. And it is doing a little knot at the end. So that is it. Oh yeah, SewingStreet, there we go. So let me show you. Hopefully you can see that it says SewingStreet. Hi Stuart, I have a Brother machine which has been fabulous and I have grown with it and learned so many skills. I really recommend these machines. That's fantastic, fantastic news. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're happy with your machine. I think it does make a massive difference to your sewing experience. You know, what machine you're working with. Right, let's do a couple more stitches. Just an ordinary straight stitch, 0, 1 or 2. Let's do 2. Oh, hang on, I'm still in my alphabet mode. I forgot. So let's press, we're back in ordinary mode. We'll go stitch number 2 and we'll start again. Straight stitch. Look at that speed. Look at that speed. And you notice as well how smoothly and evenly that's sewing. And this is going through 2 layers of fabric and a layer of wadding. And just look at that gorgeous quality straight stitch. Front and back. Absolutely beautiful. Let's do a bit of zigzag action. These utility stitches, remember, are the ones that you're going to use 99% of the time. Now, while I'm doing the zigzag, I'm going to adjust the width. I'm going to go to maximum width, which is 7 mil. And then I'm going to go down to the minimum. because you can do this while you're sewing. Right, I'm at the minimum now, so I'm going to stop there and just show you how that stitches out. Wow, look at that. So look, here's our widest, and look how beautifully that has tapered down. Yeah, so if you're doing something like satin stitch, you can graduate down to taper around something like a leaf for a plique. Absolutely beautiful. Let's say you want to do something like blanket stitch, stitch number 50. This is a great one for quilters. We like to do blanket stitch around a shape. Now you've got blanket stitch that bites to the left, and you've got a blanket stitch that bites to the right. So if you're left-handed or right-handed, or you go clockwise or anti-clockwise around a shape, you're not having to change what you do. You just pick the other stitch. I love that about this machine. £349. Now then, let's start with a bit of... Now I'll show you the standard first of all. Okay, so this is the standard blanket stitch. Do you see? 3 little stitches and a tiny bite, okay? Now, actually, what I want is something that's much more noticeable. Actually, you know, let's go wider for a start and shorter. So I'm going to go down to 1 and I'm going to do 3.5, which is my maximum. Okay. I'm going to extend the length now to 1.6. And I'm going to decrease the width to 3. And I reckon I'll be there. Right, you always have to play around a little bit with settings to get what's just right for the look you want, okay? Because look, this is the standard. Now, if you were doing something like you wanted to just pick up a hem, then that would be lovely. That would be lovely. But if you're blanket stitching around a plique, you probably want something more noticeable. Now, for me, this is rather lovely. This is rather lovely. So I like to play around with the stitches. I think we often forget that we can do that. It can be decorative, it can be beautiful, or it can disappear. At the sort of, what do you call it when it's the standard mode? It'll come to me, it'll come to me. You know, you might need to change it up a little bit. Let's go serpentine. Default. That was the word I was looking for, default. Right, default. Yeah, but sometimes the default's perfect, and sometimes you need to tweak it. This is the serpentine stitch, and I'll show you the default. There's the default, right there, you see? Lovely, but I want to use this for quilting. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the regular foot off and I'm going to put the walking foot on. Remember, you don't have to buy your darning foot, it's included in the price. So I'm going to really quickly put the walking foot on. It's a quick job, real quick job. Now, I'm only putting this on because I want to show you how beautifully it quilts. Okay, walking foot's on. Right, so that's the default setting. I want something kind of looser. So to start with, I want it longer. Its standard is 1. I'm going to go to 2, okay? And I'm just going to go... I'm going to go to the widest setting it'll go, and I'm going to see how that looks. Look at that power through. How fantastic is that? I was only going to do half a row, but it's so quick and so smooth, I'm just going to keep going. If there's something you want to see on this machine, let me know. Oh, that is fabulous. Look at that. Now, I just want to go back. Look, that is the default. That's the default. And that is a bit of tweaking. For quilting your quilts, I've just quilted with it. That's quilted. Quilt your whole quilt. Quilt your bags. No, you don't have to do free motion if you don't want to. Beach bags with that would be beautiful. You see, it's really easy if you've got a great machine. This is £349. But this is why I say there's a minimum amount that you need to spend to get a machine which will last you and do all the things you want to do. Of course, there are machines, like Derek said, you know, you can get ones for £100. You can get ones for less than that. I can almost guarantee that you will be disappointed. It will either put you off sewing or you will have to replace it in 6 months or a month's time even, and then you're having to spend the money again. And now, instead of £349, it's £349 plus the £100 you wasted on the first machine. You've also got split pay, £116.33 to get it home. So, you know, for me, for what it's worth, I think you must go for a great brand that's trusted. And this has got a 3-year warranty on it. Only 1 year is mandatory. 1 year is mandatory, and you're getting 3 years on this. I'm going to put the darning foot on. I'm going to put the darning foot on so that we can do a little bit of free motion quilting as well while we're here and we're having fun. Free motion quilting, okay, you might look at your friends, at their quilting and say, well, you know, Joan is just brilliant at free motion quilting. I'm just not brilliant. You know, it's a bit like, you know, amazing artists. We say, oh, well, you're just naturally gifted. I think that's kind of, it really detracts from the amount of practice that professional artists put in. They dedicate their whole life. It's like saying that someone's got a talent for music, so you can just sit them on a piano and they'll just be able to play it. It takes a lifetime of work. Now, free motion quilting, to be good at free motion quilting, does not take a lifetime of work to be good at, but it does take a bit of practice. So if you've never practiced free motion quilting, you really can't be surprised if your free motion quilting isn't as good as Joan's, for example. You've got to work at it, but it's worth it. Make yourself up quilt sandwiches like this. I've got my darning foot in place. I'm going to reach around and there we go. Drop the feed dogs. And let's do a bit of free motion quilting. You've got loads of space here. I just want to show you, look, this is got to be about 20 inches wide, 21 inches in fact, because it's a fat quarter. Okay, I just want to show you that this is just like a quilt would be. Right, so that is 21 inches of quilt sandwich pushed into the space. Now I'm going to turn it around so that you can see that this is 21 inches of quilt. So if you have a look at all this space that I've still got, all this free space, okay? Now, you've only got to get halfway, you've only got to get to the centre of your quilt. So that's 21 inches. So this is a 42-inch wide quilt, and I've got oodles of space still to work in. I think the best place to see this space is from the front, to be fair. This is the space I'm talking about here. If I had twice as much, and some people roll their quilts up, don't they, for quilting? If I was to roll that up, you'll see even more clearly. Do you think I could easily get twice as much through there and still have room to... So that's an 84-inch wide quilt. Just saying, you don't need a massive throat space in order to be able to quilt your quilts. Right, let's do a bit of free motion quilting. Let's just pull that thread out of there, out of the way. See, you can pay £250 to get one quilt quilted. Remember that you are controlling the length of the stitches. I've just done a little bit, but I just want to show you. Okay. Where am I showing there? Right, there's your free motion. There's some free motion quilting. Can you see that? There's your free motion. I mean, just a wiggly pattern. Easy. Easy. Gorgeous. Absolutely fab machine. Have a think about it, but remember at midnight tonight the price will go back up. We need to do the menu. Tomorrow, the second day of the new year. Is it John tomorrow or is it Bex? Bex? Oh, I think it's Bex. Well, John. 8 a.m, new year, new hobby, quilting essentials. At 9, Catherine Wright is in the house. Leicestershire Craft Centre, the Happy Place quilt. That will be great. At 10 o'clock, beginner panels and kits. And then at 11 o'clock, it's the Ruby Star Society, Sarah Watts, Hello Alice, quilt kit with Catherine Wright. At 12 o'clock, quilt kits you will love. That's how tomorrow is looking. Now, well done if you got any of Hannah's specials today. That beautiful PU bundle, that fabulous cotton canvas. Do we have any of the cotton canvas bundle left? We also did a very special thing today, which was to put my brand new book, Make 100 Bags, as today's early bird. Use scraps, sew your fabric and make your bags. This is all about using fabric you've already got. I'm a big fan of that. You don't have to buy new fabric. Use fabric you already have. Make 100 bags for $15.99. It is a signed copy. It is a signed copy. And it's a hardback book, full-size patterns. Stuart, you're such a good teacher. You make arduous tasks, quilting for me, achievable. Thank you. Love your shows. Thank you, Annetta. I really appreciate that. And for me, if the process isn't fun, I won't do it. I want to enjoy every aspect of my quilting and sewing, so I try and make it as easy and achievable as possible. It is about practice. It is about practice. You can do it. Right. Keep going through for that. Have a wonderful first day of the year. You don't have to go anywhere because literally, I think coming up after the break, it's Rosie and Storage for Crafts, Joe Venison on Hobby Maker. So don't touch that dial. Stay tuned. I'll see you on the 9th of January. Let's make a date. See you then.
Kickstart the new year